Good morning, everyone. Thank you and good morning. Let me thank Member Waters for holding the fort whilst all of us were trying to get to the venue and getting lost. Let me thank our stakeholders. I see we've got a full house today, and the department that has also joined us. This is our Portfolio Committee meeting, and I believe Member Waters has already taken you through. So we'll proceed with the agenda from where you had left off. Maybe just to start with some of the areas that we need to look into, just to confirm if we've got quorum. Okay, so we are all here. And to also just indicate if there's any apologies, Charlene.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I received the following apologies. Member Samathla, who is busy with political deployment. Member Salij, due to urgent party business. Member Sun, also due to urgent party matters. And the MEC due to ill health. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so in the absence of the MEC, I take it the HOD is the head of the delegation accordingly. Okay. We'll then proceed to the next item, which is just the confirmation of the agenda from committee members. Okay.
Approved, yeah. I'll propose the agenda, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have a seconder for the approval of the agenda?
Second, Chair.
Thank you. We'll then move to the adoption of the minutes. I know we're just going to peruse through them. These are the minutes for the 12th of November. Okay. All right. Member Gentile?
Chair, I'm of the assumption that because we received the minutes in time and we're able to go through them, I want to then move, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
All right, thank you. Our minutes are duly adopted, so we're moving quite swiftly. That takes us to item number 5. And here we are going to receive just the resolutions tracking. So I'm going to hand over to the HOD of the department to take us through.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, members of the community, and I think the team from eGov. Chair, just to also confirm that over and above the delegation from the department, as per the brief, we have also extended the invite to our stakeholders that we are dealing with, more particularly as it relates to matters of GBN. SITA is part of the delegation, and then I think would really take the direction of the chairperson in terms of the presentation that would be expected from the stakeholders. Over and above the presentation that the department will do, so I can confirm that we do have a delegation from SITA. And then, Chair, I think it was also a request that we should also extend an invitation to municipalities, more particularly the metros. I can confirm that the city of Ekurhuleni is here. I've not seen representative from the city of Johannesburg, but Musa, you from Tshwane. We also have representation from the city of Tshwane. In fact, expectation was that we are going to have representation from all the metros. because I think it's the only metros that have the GBN footprint. The districts, they don't necessarily have that. I think we're rolling that on their behalf. So, Chair, I just thought that maybe let me just really alert that, just really from a housekeeping point of view, so that at least we really get a sense to then say at what point they would come in. But I think I'm at a stage where I would then be able to start with the presentation for the department. There is no need to largely introduce the delegation of the department, as it were. I can confirm, Chair, that we've got a high-level delegation from the department, in that I think all the senior managers from the department are part of this, except those that we excused to attend to other business of government. So I think with your permission, Chair, we are ready to go to, the first part of our presentation. Okay. Yeah, Chair, just really as a high-level overview in terms of, the integrated digital transformation service that we offer within the Gauteng province, we really thought that it's just important just to, as a key messaging, to indicate the multi-channel approach that eGov is really using in terms of delivery of services, which largely include most of the cloud-based services, and then with the usage of integrated service provider. And then I think all that really is embedded on top of the robust ICT infrastructure, with really the focus point really being on the multi-channel strategy that we use for accessibility of our services by all our residents. And then I think it's basically through this model of GBN that we are in the main driving the efficiency and scalability of our service offering. We just really felt that I think it's important to really paint that particular picture. If you move to the next slide, Charlene, in terms of the, our ICT model, Chair, I can confirm just really from an analogy point of view that, just really from the network architecture and design point of view, we do have, your transmission course, which largely links to the access networks, which basically in the main connect the facilities that you connect, including your schools, health facilities, and administration centers, as it were. And then I think you'll see, as and when we move down in terms of the numbers, I can confirm that I think from the stats point of view, we do have way over 1,200 sites that we have connected, and of which just above 270 of those, I think, are the sites that we connected through APN. I think we can then move to the next slide. I think this is what I was largely explaining, just really from our network analogy point of view. I think we can just jump that slide. I've already spoken to it. Chair, I think here we're basically requested to then indicate, to then say, with our rollout of GBN, what progress have we made? And to GBN 3, where we are, I think we all know that I think this project started on or about 2014, 2015. I think we can then confirm that we do have an overall of 1,200 sites, and then, Chair, is really spread across those segments, your agencies, including your tuition centers, and then I think lately we also connected the hostels. But the hostels that we connected is the GPG-owned hostels, though there are plans to expand.
Sorry. HOD, if I can just ask you not to use acronyms, so that everybody has an understanding of what you're talking about.
Apologies for that, Chairperson. So we've also connected the hostels, and then the hostels that we connected is the GPG-owned hostels. And then, Chair, what we are showing here is just the spread. What we are showing here is just the spread of our the corridors. You'll see there this. I'm not sure. It's not me. The city of Johannesburg, there are almost 316, Ekurhuleni 247, West Rand almost on about there, just under 250, and Sidibeng 184 sites, and the city of Tshwane 277 sites. And then, Chair, I think here we are just giving update in terms of the progress that we would have made against the National Development Plan in terms of the non-core sites. I think that information really repeats itself with the information that we had there. Though I think to a greater extent there is a greater debate in terms of your stats as it relates to schools, but I think the team is here to even clarify that further, because I think there was some response to a particular question where I think it really casted some doubt in terms of the credibility of the numbers, in terms of the connectivity around the schools, but I think we are happy to clarify that if that issue really emerges in this particular meeting. Chair, just in terms of what we are targeting in terms of our annual performance plan as the department for this financial year, I think we basically had planned resources allowing to have over 120 sites provided with WAN, 100 sites provided with LAN, and then 100 of those we are going to provide with voice over internet protocol, and then we are going to lay almost 150 sites with Wi-Fi hotspots. But I think this largely represents the proposed adjustments, and then I think the actual achievements in that particular regard. Though I think, Chair, that's really the issue that I think in number of questions that we have been fielding as it relates to issues of underperformance, you would see that I think there are quite a number of discrepancies in that I think we would have planned around 120 sites, but I think only for the 8 sites were provided with WAN. And then subsequent to that, I think also the sites with the local area network, I think is just really a far cry in terms of that. Though I think in terms of the questions that were asked, we are really giving number of reasons as to why is that the case in terms of this underperformance, because there are serious dependencies on other processes as it relates to this. I think we can just move along. Chair, just in terms of the interventions that we've put in place just to mitigate against some of the challenges that we are having in the rollout of this particular program. One, I think as an immediate priority is the redesigning of the core network to really support the modern requirements, as it were. In that we've agreed with our partners, also including CETA, for an interim solution as a quick fix in terms of accelerating the new sites. In that I think those sites I think will basically lead them on top of the MTN network. And then, Chair, one of the issues that I think we've largely spoke about is part of our core equipment within the GBN itself that is coming to end of support or end of life by the end of this year. And then there are those that are coming to end of support. In fact, we fielded a question in detail in that particular regard as to what are the implications of that, of which it's really some of the prayers that we're even making to the Budget Council to then say we would need to do a network refresh, because some of those devices and equipments, I think they were installed over 10 years ago, and then there's never been any refresh of that. So I think we are seriously going to run into some serious problems as it relates to that. Number 4, Chair, I think it's largely remapping our processes to expedite the process, really from a delivery point of view, in that I think the process does not end with the department really centralizing the budget to us. I think there are a number of interrelated processes that I think we really needed to remap, including at a process where I think it starts with the service request up until a point where there is a notice to proceed with the site. So I think there's really been a remapping of that particular process so that we really bring efficiencies in that particular space. Chair, I can confirm that there's been a number of intervention meetings with key stakeholders that are held every week, including CETA and the JV that is helping us to run with this particular project, because I can confirm that I think the project as it is fully outsourced to a JV of MTN and into IT, a process that we really ran through CETA. So on a weekly basis, we really sit around to try and unblock some of the challenges that we are encountering in that particular regard. Chair, you would have instances where really in terms of the slow progress of delivery, there are some sites, more particularly the land sites that have not been delivered. I think as it can be evidenced by the information on the previous slide, to then say I think we'd have planned an X number of sites, but I think lesser number of sites were implemented. I think we are prioritizing the key departments in this financial year. And then I think some of the intervention, Chair, is that I think we have agreed with the JV that is running this program for us, that I think they would really bring in stock in bulk so that at least, more particularly during this freeze period of your holiday season, we don't necessarily have issues of stock, because I mean stock is not necessarily something that we get locally in majority of the time. I would have spoken about the redesign of our GPN architecture, which has largely been agreed by all parties. And then, Chair, sometime last year, we would have reported that I think we were having some issues with the sites that were put on hold, more particularly the wide area network sites within the city of Ekurhuleni, because I think there were issues, of suspected duplication of services in that particular regard. But I think I can confirm, Chair, that we are able to find each other with the city, and then those sites, they would then be released, and then we hope that they would largely complement our numbers, because I think it's really at that point where I think you've finalized your WAN size that I think you can then move in terms of other services, your local area network and voice over IT points. Chair, I think another intervention really as a revenue generating option for the province, and then something that I think we even feel that in question a detail and also a presentation to the Portfolio Committee on economic development in the province, that we are going to revive our commercialization efforts as a province, wherein the intention here is also, in collaboration with the municipalities, just really look at the different models or options of commercializing excess capacity that we might basically have. So I think we would even engage institutions like GFA to basically assist in terms of getting a transactional advisor in that particular regard. Though, Chair, I think we need to be quite very upfront to then say some of the challenges that we are having as a department in terms of a full-scale commercialization of this is that, we don't necessarily own the full-scale offering within the network itself, but I think only the backhaul transmission in that particular regard, because most of the things are largely leased. I would have spoken about the issue of the bulk orders that I think we had agreed in principle with the JV, that I think we need to have that in order so that at least it should really help us in accelerating delivery of sites. And then, Chair, I think another issue that really is really cropping up from the intervention sessions that we are having with stakeholders, I think, is the quality of work that comes up from our SMMEs the small, micro, medium enterprises, which means I think it was also the intention of this particular project, Chair, to then say, this is a almost 2 billion project, and then the intention of the provincial government was that the small, medium, and micro enterprises that are existing within different corridors, they should find a way of benefiting in this particular project. But I think we're talking of ICT-based service providers. But obviously, I think we're realizing issues as it relates to poor workmanship in that particular regard, which I think is something that we are seriously working on with partners, so that at least it should not really be used as an excuse of not necessarily empowering these SMMEs, as it were. If you can move to the next slide. Chair, just as what we're envisioning as the future for the Gauteng provincial network. Obviously, I think it goes without saying that we need to mobilize resources so that we are able to refresh our network and then replace the equipment that is coming to end of life and then end of support by the end of this year. Because I think it's quite very simple. If you run into problems, your infrastructure is at the end of life or end of support, you would not get replacement from the manufacturers. They would not even give you support in that particular regard. So I think it will be a sad state of affair in that particular regard. And then, Chair, we're basically saying with all these efforts that we are doing, obviously we then saying we need to accelerate the delivery of this offering, more particularly focused on the TISH areas, particularly the 26 prioritized townships, because I think we've got a dedicated program that really looks into that. In fact, I think the branch of ICT has basically come up with an intervention that really begins to then say, after having streamlined the processes, this is the faster process that we can begin to activate in terms of really moving swiftly in that particular regard. But I think, Chair, so that we really avoid the situation or incident that happened with the city of Ekurhuleni, from our planning point of view, is that we are going to involve and collaborate with municipalities before commencing with the work, so that at least the areas of duplications we are able to really rein on that. But I think most importantly is to work on issues of efficiencies in that, because I think 2 or 3 years ago, Acting DDG or Mr. Ludwig would remind us here that we did a technical POC with the city of Johannesburg, where I think it really proved a success to then say leveraging on the existing infrastructure of the metros. I think we can then be able to roll out at a much more faster pace, and then whilst realizing the efficiencies in that particular regard. But Chair, we're also saying we would also need to be quite very realistic in terms of aligning our annual performance target as the department to ensure that I think we don't necessarily have the issues that I think even it's an observation that the committee would have raised, to then say it does appear that there is a disjuncture between your APP targets and then I think the expenditure as it relates to the department as it is, because it can be that I think you would have spent 100%, but your targets as it relates to the APP, I mean, they are saying something different. But I think most importantly, Chair, these weekly sessions is the information that needs to be provided by the department, because remember we are rolling out this service on behalf of the department, in that certain departments, I think during their planning within the previous financial year, would then say this is the X amount of money that I have for the next financial year, and then these are the sites that I would need you, eGov, to roll out for me. Come the time where we would need to roll out that, I think we're having a bit of a to and fro with the departments. That is why I think the issue of really streamlining the process becomes quite very key. I would have spoken, Chair, about the issue of utilizing the metro networks just to install that. I'm certain that I think metros, as and when they would come in here, I think they would basically bear testimony to that it's quite very possible that we can do that. Chair, I think the issue of upgrading our connectivity rings, I think is linked to the whole infrastructure refresh thing, because I think the topology of our network, the topology is more the design of our network. We have these 10 core switches that are running across the province, and then to connect to those core switches, they connect via some connectivity rings, which I think has not been upgraded for some time, which I think they are running at a speed of almost 1 gig or so, and then they're connecting to almost the 100 gig core switches, which I think is not necessarily really bringing the efficiencies that we would want. So we thought that I think we should also speak to that. Chair, I think in the previous slide I would have spoken about reinvigorating our interest in terms of the commercialization initiatives, wherein I think we would need to look at the various models in that particular regard. And then some of the options that I think we are really toying around with, really from a technical offering point of view, is to look at the possibility of other municipalities leasing the core bandwidth. And then I think the conversation even needs to move to a point where I think really this becomes a commercial discussion, as it were, where telecommunication companies would need to be engaged in that particular regard, though I think we see them as competition, more particularly as it relates to the commercialization effort. And then I think we would have spoken about the issue of redesigning of the outer ring, so that at least they are then able to accommodate multiple partners in that particular regard. And to a greater extent, we would want to bring on board the national telecommunication companies. Also, I think including agencies of government that are largely looking at the very same offering, i.e. your broadband in Franco, use ASA, so that I think their mandate should largely be intertwined with the offering that we are giving as the province. And then obviously I think from a technical offering point of view, we would need to look at the issue of integrating with the municipality network. And then I would have spoken about the involvement of other entities of government. I mean, your Centec, more particularly as it relates to the offering that they do, and then your broadband in Franco, and then partnership with national initiatives that are offering fiber to home. But I think that point really becomes important with the offering of the USASA, in that I think the focus is largely in the rural areas in that particular regard. We move to the next slide. Chair, I think in terms of the collaboration with municipalities, though I had indicated that municipalities are here, I think really given time, I think they would also be able to share with the committee the offering or the footprint that they've largely had. I can confirm, Chair, just really from a collaboration point of view, that as provincial government, we do have a memorandum of understanding with all the metros and smaller municipalities in that particular regard. And then I would have spoken sometime, I think at the beginning, about the technical proof of concept that we did with the city of Johannesburg, just to demonstrate that I think we can basically collaborate on a network offering point of view, and then I think realize efficiencies in that particular regard. And then obviously this is a living document, of which the document was largely enhanced lately with the city of Ekurhuleni, in that it's not only even focusing on that. I think it's even looking in terms of your issues of your CCTV cameras. In fact, Chair, I can confirm to the committee that the CCTV cameras that we are offering as a province, we've leveraged on the contract that exists in the city of Ekurhuleni. And then, in fact, further roll out of that, I think as it relates to the city of Tshwane, I think the discussions are really at an advanced level to then say, really from the network offering point of view, how we're really going to collaborate with them. And then I think the discussion even goes further than that to then say, there exists some of the obsolete infrastructure most of these particular municipalities. More particularly, I know in the city of Tshwane, the infrastructure that was largely installed by Morobisi, and then I think you also find that in Sidibeng and in the West Rand. So this collaboration becomes quite very important, as it were. I know that I think we're only struggling with Midval and Sidibeng. I'm really saying this under correction, but we've basically asked for intervention within our Tuesday meetings that we have with the Office of the Premier, COCTA, and then all the other municipalities, so that we could just really unlock those two outstanding municipalities. But I know they are mostly based in Sidibeng. If not mistaken, it's Midval and the district, as it were. If you can move to the next slide. I think, here is, Chair, I think my bad by indicating that it was Sidibeng district. I think it's Mfuleni municipality. I think the MMC from them, I'm not sure it's from Midval, I think she has really volunteered to really drive this for us. So I think just to basically paint a picture to then say, the working relationship that we have with municipalities, which is not necessarily new, I think is basically something that we've largely have renewed over a number of years. You can go. And then, Chair, just to really give the committees a sense in terms of the number of sites that would have built in different municipalities. In fact, I think that this information, we covered it in the third slide or so.
11 hours.
Oh, sorry. Apologies for that. Just to show the spread of the sites that we've built over the years within different corridors. If you can move to the next slide, Shirley. And then also in terms of the municipalities, I think you can then go. Chair, I think in terms of this slide, what we are just really bringing to the committee, of which something that I had indicated that we've resolved with the city of Ekurhuleni in terms of the wide area network sites that were put on hold by the city, in that those sites, I think, would then be released. We should largely account for a number of sites that will be able to roll out. And then, Chair, I would have indicated that because of this collaboration that we're having with other metros, in terms of the city of Tshwane, I think we are still discussing with them where I think they would be providing connectivity and power to our rollout of the CCTV cameras, in that I think the focus would largely be in Tshwane, Sidibeng, and in the West Rand in that particular regard. And then I think would even continue to massify, I think, building of new sites, more particularly in Sidibeng, because I think you would see from the previous slide, I think there is just really low uptake with that. But I think linked to that, I think is really the issue of us not having a good traction with them coming on board in terms of the memorandum of understanding that they would need to sign. So we hope that I think the next time we come around, they would have signed off on this particular MOU. Chair, I think that is where we would want to end this particular presentation from the side of the department. So we'll get the direction of the chair in terms of maybe our partners, whether is it at this point that the committee would allow them to come in, and then at what sequence. I had indicated that we have SITA, we have the city of Tshwane, and the city of Ekurhuleni. We'll take your guidance, Chairperson.
Sorry, can we just get a confirmation which regions are here?
Thank you very much, Chair. We have the city of Ekurhuleni, and then we have the city of Tshwane, and then we also have State Information Technology Agency.
So the three other are not here. Okay. All right, let's thank you, HOD. Maybe just, I know that we had left out quite a critical part, especially because we do have stakeholders here with us. I will ask the members to introduce themselves just before we do the quarterly report, but I think for now, because we are here, if you can just introduce yourself and the team, and then we'll move in alphabetical order. We can start with the SETA, and then we'll follow with the Kuruleni, and then Swane will be next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just be quick in introducing the team from eGov. I'll start on my extreme left. You have Mr. Wiseman Simelani, who is the Chief of Staff. And then next to him, I think if you could just stand up so that colleagues could then be able to see you. And then next to him, you have Mr. Neo Goba. He is the Media Liaising Officer. And then next to Neo, you have Mr. Tumelo Mokhoka. He is the Parliamentary Liaising Officer. And then you then have Ms. Tembela Rigala from, she's the Office Manager in the Office of the MEC. That is the support staff in the Office of the MEC. And my name is Castro Musina. I am the HOD of the Department of eGov. Next to me is Mr. Masibolekwe Ndima. He's the acting CFO. And then next to Yudi is Ms. Papama Ntsadu. She's the director in the Office of the HOD. I'm going to jump the third next to the ladies, Mr. Devante Mapari. He's the acting Deputy Director General responsible for ICT. Next to him is Ms. Pelogazin Tanjana. She is the DDG responsible for corporate services. And then next to her is Mr. Rendani Mtewana. He is the Chief Director responsible for strategy management. Just below, behind you, Chairperson, we do have our Director Legal Services, Ms. Gwendoline Mataba. And then next to her, it's Mr. Max Ludwig. He's the Chief Director responsible for ICT infrastructure. And next to Max is Mrs. Flora Rayland. She's the Acting Chief Director responsible for business alignment. And then you then have, next to the lady is Mr. Ntlantla Tebekulu. He's the Chief Director responsible for communications. I think that's about, oh, okay. And then we also have our Acting Chief Risk Officer, and I think the support staff that is largely dealing with our our broadband network project, Mr. Neokikana. Chair, I think that's it in terms of the people that we have here. With your permission, Chair, I would ask my colleagues from SETA to introduce themselves, and then the colleagues from the two metros will also do that.
Thank you. All right. So we thought that was important. I know that we just rushed through the agenda, but it's important because we are joined ngomphakathi, our stakeholders. And I hope you were able to understand my presenter or HOD. I know what people in ICT become very technical. So my request is that those that are going to present next is to attempt, and I know that's not the easiest of things when you speak about ICT, just so that everybody can be able to understand. So Indaba Yenzayo is to present to us just in terms of the study that was done in the previous administration, so that we have a sense of what the network that they are rolling out, but also where there are duplications between a province together and a region. Where are those duplications and how are they going to resolve them? So I hope Unkumundu is understanding of what are we talking about. But as and when there are questions, especially when we come to the quarterly reports, we'll entertain more questions. Okay, with that said, I think because I had indicated that we'll move in alphabetical order, let's start with the SETA. So you can begin by introducing your team, and then you can give us your presentation, then we'll move on to Ekurhuleni.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. Morning to the honorable members, to the community members, and to the colleagues in the room as well. My name is Sianda Beko. I am the acting head of the province at SITA, responsible for Gauteng province. With me here on my left, I am with Ms. Ngwane, Rose Ngwane, who is heading PLC within SITA, that is Provincial and Local Consulting. And on my right here, I've got Yudi Bagwandi. He is representing the IT infrastructure within SITA Gauteng as well. All right. So, Chair, from SITA perspective, really there isn't a presentation, or rather an independent presentation that we have prepared. The reason for that, as you would know, we are the implementation partner of eGov. And as such, we have then provided our input into the presentation that eGov has presented here today. And I think if really I do start to try and talk about GPN, I will basically be rehashing what the HOD of eGov has already spoke to. I would then say, based on that, Chairperson, perhaps later on, when there is an opportunity to participate in discussions, will then come back as such. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. HOD, I see your hand.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, my bad. In fact, I think it's me who made a mistake. I'm just being alerted that I think according to the invite, SITA and municipalities were not formally asked to prepare formal presentations, as it were, but I think just to really be part of this particular session, so that I think if there would be instances where I think they would specifically need to speak, maybe in support of certain rollouts within their respective metros, they would then be able to do that. So I do apologize for that error, Chair.
All right, that's fine. So in that case, maybe because they've indicated, I take it there's no inputs because they are really just supporting what you've indicated. We can move to Ekurhuleni. Since we are here, I guess your inputs are those that will be wanted more, especially from members who are here, because bafuna ukwazi ukuthi what is the status of their infrastructure and where do you have gaps, what are the challenges that you might have, but progress also to date.
Thanks. Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Mahlodi Sinyati from City of Ekurhuleni. I'm the divisional head responsible for ICT systems. In terms of broadband fiber, based on our last presentations, to date we have installed about 409 kilometers of fiber across the city. Our focus is mainly on connecting the city of Ekurhuleni's buildings. We're installing between the buildings internally. We have installed 550 sites to date, and we still have 40 sites that are outstanding, but this number increases as they build new buildings or new sites that needs connectivity. We also initially had a radio infrastructure that was unstable and was not working properly. We have phased it out in the previous financial year and replaced it with fiber. So we've managed to stabilize fiber in that regard. But over the fiber that we're installing, we're also installing Wi-Fi, which we installing in our buildings, but we're also making free Wi-Fi accessible at CCCs and libraries and clinics, the public space, where we provide about 500 megabytes of fiber daily. We are in the process of trying to commercialize the fiber to give more than 500 megabytes, but I'll talk to that later. But how this free Wi-Fi has assisted us, it has assisted us mainly in promoting our online platforms to encourage customers to use online platforms rather than standing on queues, because those platforms are there and we're giving them access to free Wi-Fi, so they can be able to access our services through their Wi-Fi platform, the free Wi-Fi platform. To date, on our online platform, there's a Quater platform, we've got over 290,000 users. What we have done, since fiber takes a bit long to install, we've also introduced SD-WAN, mainly at remote sites. It assists us to deploy connectivity quicker, and when there's fiber breaks, it also assists us to be able to restore the sites while we trying to restore the fiber implementation. Although this service is quicker to install, but it's also it's more costly because it uses SIM cards, and we have to pay for the data. But we've got about 85 sites that are installed currently. I've touched on the revenue enhancement projects that we are busy with on our site. The first one is to try and commercialize fiber. I think the HOD did touch on it. We are actually collaborating with eGov, but we're also collaborating with other service providers within the city so that they can piggyback on the already existing infrastructure rather than laying their own fiber. So we're working on a model of how we can offer that service to them, and they rent it from us. When it comes to Wi-Fi commercialization, I indicated previously that we're offering 500 megabytes daily for free Wi-Fi. But we are engaging with Vodacom, who's our service, internet service provider at the moment, to try and commercialize the fiber so that customers or the community can be able to use more than the 500 meg, but they will maybe use videos or ads for us to be able to generate revenue while we allow for them to use more than the 500 megabytes. I've indicated that we are currently engaging with eGov. We're also engaging with other third parties to see how we can reuse, rather than keep on installing the fiber that is already there, or we can reuse the services that are already existing amongst ourselves. I will leave it there. In terms of the challenges that we're currently facing, it's theft and vandalism. I think this is the biggest problem that is faced by everyone across. But what we have done, we're trying out a smart lock technology that we mainly install at the main holes to try and prevent the vandalism. We've also introduced the early warning technology so that when there's digging, it can send out warnings. We are engaging our EMPD to also assist us with patrol. Thanks.
Okay, please introduce yourself, because I know you forgot to in the beginning.
Okay, I'm Mahlodi Sinyati from City of Ekurhuleni. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, City of Tshwane.
Thank you very much, Chen. Good morning. My name is Musa Kumalo, responsible for corporate services in the city, which includes IT, and many of the things that the HOD has presented covers. Just to confirm that we now have an MOU that has been signed with the department, which obviously then gives us the opportunity to formalize our relationship. You'll see we're looking forward to that particular engagement for years. That has lagged behind. But in the main, just to say that the main things that we'll be looking at is the issues of the sites, especially to avoid the duplication of services, because we know they have interest to reach schools and hospitals. So that is where many of our departments run and many of where communities are. So we're looking at ways in which we can leverage on the infrastructure that they're running. and also that they do the same. So some sort of cooperation there. The city as well is over with, mainly our infrastructure is to connect the buildings, over 500 buildings, most over 300 house employees. So we have infrastructure that already exists, and we're looking at how they can leverage on that, but also where they've had reach, they can assist us, because the issues around, and part of the challenges is the vastness of the city, and mostly underserved areas, especially in the north and in the far east. If you go to Bronkhorstspruit, the network is is a challenge there. So we're looking at how we can cooperate on those areas. There is also a CCTV program which is we've initiated that particular support and cooperation, and also the discussions that Chair, between us and the department is around where they will be rolling out fiber for CCTV, that any spare capacity that is there, we can be able to leverage on that, but also that they don't have to duplicate issues, for example, of energy supply. So the city will be able to provide power. And as I said, the MOU is giving us then the opportunity for us to define the issues around how that will work, who's responsible for infrastructure, who's responsible for power, and so on. In terms of the city's reach or access for the public, we've had a Wi-Fi program that has now run for about 10 years, but there are a number of challenges that we currently now are experiencing. One, as I said, that has been running for 10 years, and that most of that infrastructure is reaching end of life. So its reliability and availability is now a problem. And that has happened at a time when the city is facing huge financial problems, which has meant that finances are mostly diverted to your service delivery. And programs such as your public Wi-Fi then have taken a backseat. And that has meant that we are losing more and more sites, which were initially meant for public Wi-Fi. In some instances, we've kept that for areas that are accessed by the public, like clinics, schools, and customer care areas, and we're cutting down on the Wi-Fi that was mostly in public spaces like parks and so on. And as we then recapitalize the program, we will look back in terms of how we expand those services back. The other challenges that are there, so as I said, that it is the refresh of the technology. The technology is quite outdated now. It is the issue of theft and vandalism. As I said, the infrastructure that was largely in open areas have been vandalized. So we're looking at different ways in which we can be able to replace and as well as recapitalize that particular program. And as I said, Chair, part of it as well is to try to then leverage on what other departments are doing as eGov. So if you are going to put a CCTV camera, for example, we need to think jointly about maybe you put a camera, but you also put a Wi-Fi hotspot so that you don't have to put different lines and so on. But what it also means is that if you have a CCTV camera and you have Wi-Fi, you don't have to invest in, as the colleague was saying, in other infrastructure that allows for you to track security, because the camera is there and you have a response and so on. So it is giving us then that opportunity to think better about how we are going to then re-roll those particular services. That in the main, Chair, is it. In terms of our broadband program, we had a program that we wanted to introduce as a city. However, that has been for about 5 years, more than 5 years now, in the legal processes. So that is still unfolding. And based on what will be the outcome of those particular process, we'll then decide as to what becomes the future of the broadband. Because as everyone is saying, is that it's quite a very expensive, if eGov is speaking about 2 billion, I think it's more. Our program was at about 4 billion. So it is quite a lot of money that all of us have to think about what do we do. going forward with the pressures that we have in the finances. But that particular program is in litigation, and as soon as we have the outcome of that, it will then decide how we proceed around issues of broadband. Also, Chair, to say that obviously there is newer technology now, while that fiber might have made sense maybe 15 years ago, we're thinking around what maybe are newer technologies and much more cheaper and much less capital intensive to embark on, Chair. But thank you very much. That is in summary our infrastructure program.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that gives us a sense of what is in place and where some of the challenges would have been. I think we've heard issues around infrastructure keeps popping up, old infrastructure, vandalism, and obviously the connectivity for your social infrastructure spaces, so that's quite important. Let me allow members, if there's any questions or comments you'd like to make. Okay, thank you. Member Waters?
Thank
Member
you, Chair.
Mokwa will...
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the presentations. If I could just make a request, Chair, on slide 9, point 3. I honestly think, it's a very important aspect, and I think the department should, if I may suggest it, come to the committee with regards to the Gauteng network commercialization project, and to unpack that for us as to what is going to happen, with specific points on the estimated revenue per annum that they expect to generate, the projected timeframes for implementation, as well as the targeted markets, if they could do that. So that would be great, Chair, for a future committee meeting. So just on the department's presentation, if you look at slide 8, and slide 9, with the end of service devices and end of life devices that are coming, that deadline is fast approaching. We talked about it at the last meeting, the 31st of December. Can I get some indication as to what the cost is of replacing those devices? And does the department actually have that money in the budget to do that by the end of the year? Then on slide 8, sorry, point 7, it says the joint venture has in principle agreed to bring in stock for sites in order to elevate the issue of no equipment being available for WAN and LAN, etc. But that was the excuse used for the annual report from last year that didn't have the stock, right? And if you read point 7 and point 13 on that slide, point 13 is poor workmanship needs to be addressed to avoid multiple visits to the sites, which did delay final sign-off. Now, and maybe I've got the wrong end of the stick, Chair, but my impression from the meetings that we've had is that Program 2 in particular is outsourced by the department, right? So if, and please correct me, CEO, if I'm mistaken, but if Program 2 in the main is outsourced by the department, surely the service provider would bring in their own stock. Why are we being delayed by saying we don't have stock for these sites? So if you could just please explain that. I'm new in the committee, so maybe, as I say, I've got the wrong end of the stick. And lastly, the poor workmanship is a concern for me. If we are outsourcing the service, you talk about poor workmanship. It's obviously a problem because you wouldn't have raised it. It's obviously happening in multiple sites. Do we have penalty clauses in the contracts with these service providers? And if not, why not? And who are these companies that are doing poor workmanship? I mean, are we blacklisting them, or are we just employing them over and over again? It's a deep concern for me, Chair. So we just need to know that. Then I've only got 2 more points on page 9, and I would like to, slide 9, sorry, and I'd like to thank the official from Tshwane for mentioning this, and that is using more modern technology and more cost-efficient technology instead of using fiber, for example. Now, fiber is great. I mean, I think we all have it, most of us have it at home, but it's outdated at the moment. I mean, technology just moves so fast. So if you look at point 6 at the bottom there, partner with national initiatives to provide fiber to the home. And it does cost a lot to supply fiber to each home. So what is the department doing to promote, for example, the availability of Starlink in South Africa? Because Starlink, as far as I understand it, is you have a little device, you open it up, it links to a satellite in outer space somewhere, and you are connected to the internet. There's no need for any infrastructure. So through ICASA, obviously, that has to approve Starlink coming into South Africa, what is the department doing to expedite the arrival of Starlink so we can get people connected instead of, being hamstrung by a limited budget and devices that aren't coming into the country from the previous slide? Then lastly, slide 14, to do with Ekurhuleni, which is my hometown. From this slide, it gives the impression that Ekurhuleni withheld 10 WAN sites and has recently released those sites. Why would anyone withhold the releasing of WAN sites? I don't get it. What's the problem with Ekurhuleni not wanting to release those sites to the department in order to expand the network? If you could please elaborate on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mokgwe.
Thank you so much, Chair, and let me greet all colleagues and our stakeholders present. Let me thank the department for their presentation as well. Chair, I just want to know, Member Waters indicated that Ekurhuleni is his hometown. I want to indicate, especially for Ekurhuleni, in terms of the questions that I'm going to ask, the majority of members of this committee come from Ekurhuleni, so we'll have an interest in the work that you do. I mean, one of them is not here, Honorable Simatla, but the 4 of us are from Ekurhuleni. Maybe starting from SITA, I know that it has been a struggle during my days when I was still in Ekurhuleni, and I also see a trend throughout. Departments, when they procure services or ICT-related services, they still don't consult with SITA. Everyone comes with their home born, what are we doing to ensure that we force or we collaborate? Because I can't come with my own home initiative without consulting SITA. It has been a problem. And I'm sure even the department can actually elaborate on that as to what is it that we're doing so that cooperation and collaboration must actually happen. But I also know that SITA has its own problems as well. They must sort out their own challenges for departments to be comfortable in actually engaging with SITA. Coming to Ekurhuleni, 40 sites are still outstanding. I hope some of those sites are not libraries. In the previous, or maybe one of the sittings, I asked the MEC for Quater about the state of libraries in Ekurhuleni because I received a complaint that some of the libraries are not working, are not operational, have closed down, including a big library in Johannesburg. But when you also check, in as much as others were affected by the COVID pandemic, but after COVID pandemic, there were other issues. But key to it is the issue of ICT infrastructure that is not being utilized. One of them in Ekurhuleni, the Duduza library has not been working. People are complaining. Well, it has nothing to do with ICT only. It has to do with all other issues. But when it comes to ICT, but that's not the question that I want to ask. In terms of those 40 sites, I'm just hoping it's not libraries. But I also know that one of the CCC offices, I think it should be in the Duduza one as well, their system has been down for, I can't remember. At times when you go there to pay for services, you can't even pay because they will tell you that the system is down. How are you servicing the ICT infrastructure in all the areas where you are operating? I think on the commercialization, I'm covered by Member Waters. What does it mean in reality, so that we understand? For Tshwane, I hear you are saying putting in ICT infrastructure is expensive, which I agree. But don't you think that if you were to balance with the benefit of having access, it's going to be cheaper in the long run? So that we don't have to look for the now, but we must look for the future. Because whether we like it or not, COVID taught us, many of our meetings were hybrid or even virtual because people needed infrastructure. Hence, the Gauteng legislature even took a decision to ensure that our stakeholders are connected. They don't have to pay or be hung-strung from not being able to access the sittings of the legislature when we are in session. But you're also not explaining what is that legal process that is in place that is preventing you from actually doing the work that will be able to assist the citizens of Tshwane. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? You're fine. All right. I think we'll hand over to the department and also the municipality and the CETA, but just out of the questions that have come out, the only one for me is really on the experience of society. Do we have a sense of what is the experience? So we've spoken about the Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi that's given. Is it sufficient in terms of what stakeholders are saying? And if not, is it increasing over time or is it decreasing? Where are we sitting on that? I'm really asking this because I think the members have correctly articulated that technology is moving very fast and we need to move society with it, especially as an economic hub. We can't still be moving as if we're 10 years ago. So we really need to be moving quite quickly. Infrastructure is a problem, certainly. The costs are very high, that's understandable, but I think there's also some suggestions that are made that you've got issues around Starlink. What is the engagement around that? We know that there's been in the papers issues, some talk about the president meeting or discussing with Elon Musk and so forth. Where are those engagements sitting? Do we have a sense, at least in the min-max that you are attending? What are the prospects? But how are we moving to make sure that we're able to move umphakathi wethu together with us? Because the more technology you introduce, it obviously makes things a lot more efficient, makes services move a lot faster and so forth. So what is the experience? I'm more asking on just the experience part of things, just in terms of, especially the municipality, with the engagements you've been having, and this is why we're having this, because we're going to embark on a lot more stakeholder engagement. So I think just some insight on what your current findings are would be of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think in terms of the questions that were asked by Member Walters, I think we welcome the opportunity to come and present before the committee as it relates to commercialization. I think jointly, with the municipality, so that I think it must just be an integrated one. So we'll do that. Member Walters also asked a question on slide number 8 as to what is the cost of replacing the obsolete infrastructure that we have. Allow me, Chair, to just round off the number. In fact, I think there are two components there. You have the transmission switches, which I think you basically talking in the region of almost 406 million. And then you then have the connectivity rings, which rounded off is around 299 million. So combined, I think you almost need in the region of around 700 million to refresh that. And then the follow-up question is, do we have that money? The answer is no. We currently don't have that money. In fact, our funding, Chair, is such that on the 1.8 billion budget that I'm talking about, I think if you have to divide it per MTF, 600 million per year, almost 70% of that is dedicated to support and maintenance, and then just around 30% of that is on building new sites. So there is no provision that has been made for hardware support as it relates to this. So we don't have that money. We have made submissions to the last budget council that was held last week as it relates to this. But I think everybody knows to then say what is the status of the fiscal envelope. So we are quite very hopeful in that particular regard. I'm going to leave 2 questions for my colleague who is working directly with this at operations level. The issue as it relates to the poor workmanship and why does the issue of stock delaying us. I think after the municipalities have spoken, I think between the acting DDG and Mr. Max Ludwig, whose chief directorate the project fall under, I think they will address that. And then just to correct this one, Member Walters, in terms of the whole of Program 2 being outsourced, is not the whole Program 2, I think it's our core business, which is ICT. Not all of it is outsourced. You basically have, 1 or 2 things that are outsourced there. One is our anchor program, this one that we're talking about, which is your Gauteng Provincial Network, is the one that is outsourced. And then you also have our Security Operations Center, which is also fully outsourced. I think in terms of the other services, I think we are really carrying them internally. Though I think there would be instances where I think we're really partnering with other partners or industry partners, i.e. your Microsoft, I think as it relates to offering around the Microsoft space, those sort of things. So it's not fully outsourced in a true sense of the word. Member asked as to whether do we have, as a result of all these inefficiencies in this project, do we have any penalty clauses in the contract? The answer certainly, Chair, we don't have any penalty clauses here. I think our only saving grace or anything that we can activate here, I think it's something, I think colleagues who are, learned legally, so they're saying, I think your only thing is you can then activate breach of contract, but which is basically a long shot, but we don't have any penalty clauses in this contract. The issue as it relates to the usage of modern technology, I think we are adapting to that. In fact, I think the very same concept that my sister is raising, Sis Masodi, in terms of your software-defined learning thing, I think the discussion is really at an advanced level to basically begin to adopt that, more particularly as it relates to our bigger departments like your health, but also realizing that I think, our fiscal envelope would not really be able to really carry some of these things. So I think we do take note of that I think will evolve with that. Chair, the issue as it relates to Starlink, I think I've got my own views as it relates to this, which are really positive in a sense, because of the high speed and then the low latency broadband that would really come with that, because I think, access is global. These things are really happening on our, neighbors. Everybody's just really moving with that. But I think, Chair, with really respect to that, the discussion is really happening at the national level. You correctly called it, Chair, to then say, I think the President, had a discussion with the owner of SpaceX, Mr. Musk, to really try to find each other there. But I know for a fact that the Minister of Digital Communication and Technologies is also really a proponent of this, who's really in support of this. And then we are really hoping that, I think, yes, institutions like ICASA would then be able to really assist us in this particular regard. So the discussion in the main has largely been at national level, but I think it's something, I think anybody, I think really technically, I think would welcome that particular development, but I think would really largely be guided in terms of that. Member Mekwe, I think, spoke about the issues. I think the ones I think my colleague from Ekurhuleni will speak to that. But I just wanted to comment, Honorable Member, in terms of the question that you posed to SITA, just as our contribution to that, as much as the colleagues would also speak to that. That in terms of offerings from SITA, the SITA Act is quite very clear. There are these services that are must services, which means this basket of services, which Mr. Bekwa would elaborate on, are the services that must be done through SITA. You don't have any other way of doing this. I think other people tried. I think across the country, I think you would know the example, I think in Limpopo, I think Western Cape also did that, and then they lost in court, trying to short-circuit the SITA Act. So there are those particular services, but there are those services that may be done through SITA, where SITA, I think, would then be able to then say, I think we don't necessarily have capacity to do these particular services, but I think you would then be able to do that. An example, Chair, I think in something that might have happened in the province, I think it relates to, which is a must service by SITA, but because they did not have capacity to do it, they then gave us a written confirmation by the minister. Then I think it was Honorable Stella Ndabeni, if I'm not mistaken, of our SOC, Security Operations Center. That is why as the province we were able to do it on our own by then. But because we are even renewing that thing, it means now we can't even do it on our own. We have to go back to SITA because the situation might have changed. So I thought that maybe let me just really bring that element that there are must services and then the may services by SITA. And then just as a last comment, Chair, in terms of the user experience, I know my colleague, Mr. Ludwig, is really fascinated on the issue of user experience generally, so I can confirm, Chair, without really sugarcoating this, that the feedback that you get, user experience is not necessarily good. I think reality is that not everybody would be excited if you're offering of 500 megabytes or so. And then in an event that I think they're able to access that, I think there are a whole lot of complaints to then say there are bandwidth issues, I think connectivity is quite very slow, those sort of things. So I think you would then say the user experience is quite very bad. But I think there would be a technical explanation behind that to then say if one had to use an analogy of a car that really used to perform quite very good because it was serviced, all these necessary things that were done to this particular car. After some time, as it relates to also our network, because of these legacy issues that we have that were not corrected over the years, I think it really plays and then slow down the network. That is why you have the degradation of the network, as it were, and then I think you have that bad user experience thing. I think everybody would then tell you when we start using GBN, I think things start falling down. So those are the things that we are basically beginning to really experience in that particular regard. But I think colleagues would also speak to that. Chair, if you allow, maybe before the colleagues from the two municipalities and SITA speak, can I allow my colleague just to speak on the two issues that member would have raised on poor workmanship. What do we mean by that, Mr. Ludwig? And then the issue as it relates to the stock, as to why does it necessarily delay us? Why is it our problem? Thank you.
Here we go. Good. Everybody can hear me. Good. Is it still morning or is it afternoon? I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, members and the honourable members and chair. So I'm going to start off with the poor workmanship, and what we mean by that is that we are geared to employ SMMEs. So we're asking the JV or joint venture, which is the service provider. It's a joint venture between MTN and Into IT. So we ask them to then employ 5 SMMEs per corridor, and even more if possible, so that we can benefit the SMMEs. So what's happening at the moment is the SMMEs are left alone on site. So they're not provided with oversight, and they do not necessarily have all the expertise that are required to do the job. So what we find that in certain circumstances, when we go and then have to go and accept a site, we then go to a site 3 or 4 times, because we go to a site and we find snags because the SME didn't do what it was supposed to do, or the SMME didn't know what they were supposed to do, or they left out certain parts of the building, not probably on purpose, but because of the lack of oversight. So what we did was, how we're trying to circumvent that is that we're providing maybe not training, but guidance to those SMMEs from a point of view that the SMME then knows what to check for when they get to a site and when they do the work. So that when we get there, that means not we as just eGov, but as the team that goes and does the acceptance testing, then what they can do is they can make sure that, well, at that time, everything should be correct. What we're doing with the service provider, JV, we are saying to the JV, please provide oversight to those sites. So while the build is continuing, make sure that you have oversight so that when we get to the end of the build, then the site is completed and there's nothing that's outstanding, so it makes the ATP a lot quicker. The SMMEs that are chosen, they need to be trained by the JV, and we've asked them to train them to make sure that they have the right expertise on board, so when they go to a site, they know what to do. We've also asked our customers, which are the departments, to say that when they do, there's 2 processes that are absolutely critical. It's the first site survey and the site design. If those two are done correctly between ourselves, the department, and the JV, then of course the rest of the build will go a lot easier. And we're finding that at the moment what we're doing is we're going back to site, and then we're saying, no, but this is incorrect. And we're going to say, here's the snag, let's go and fix. They go and fix, they take a week or 2, then we go back. So that's the issues on the poor workmanship, and that's how we're going to address them, through getting SMEs, training them, and asking the JV also to bring on SMMEs that do have the expertise. I mean, we know that there are SMME ICT companies out there that can do the job, so we're asking the JV to make sure that they do that, and we're asking the JV to make sure that there's oversight on those during those builds. As far as the stock goes, the JV originally didn't keep any stock on hand, nothing at all. So whenever we then produce what we say go ahead and go and do the job, they would then wait for a while until they got 7 or 8 jobs, or whatever I'm just using an example. They would then stack up the work until they got enough equipment to go and order it, so they could get their discount from wherever they're ordering it. So that would delay, that would be an automatic delay from the service provider to say, no, they're waiting. Oh, they've got 10 sites, let's go and order. And then, of course, you'd have to wait 6 or 8 weeks for that equipment to come in. So what we've done is we've asked them to keep at least 20% of the stock on hand, so that when we have sites to build, that they have stock on hand. We've also asked the JV to say, but what you need to do is, through our processes, what they need to do is they need to order the stock long before we are finished with. So at probably site design, when the site design is finished, then they must start ordering the stock. So by the time we get to everything is cleared and approved and we go, that the stock is here and it's already on site. And that'll cut out that'll cut out the 8 to 10 weeks. So we want to run the processes in parallel and not in series. Thank you.
Okay. I take it that's an addition from the department.
Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Shambhala Gazindanjana from the Department of eGov. There are questions that I would also request we respond to, particularly the questions that relate. I think your question was relating to the community, and I think you were asking how do we then take the community with us as we are doing this work. Honorable Waters would have said ICT is moving every day. So how do we then manage such issues? I think other questions would have been responded by the HOD, and Max would have also, the Chief Director of Infrastructure, would have tried to explain the delays that we experience from an infrastructure perspective, citing the dependencies that are there, particularly from the supplier perspective. I think that's what he was trying to explain in the past a few minutes that he was on the floor. I would also, before I go into the community involvement and the ICT moving questions, also want to quickly, Honorable Chairperson, indicate that in our legal agreements, there is a penalty clause. We put that penalty clause in the tripartite agreement, which is the agreement between ourselves as the Gauteng government and CETA and that particular joint venture company that we would have contracted with that is responsible for all the work that we are doing. So there is a clause that relates to penalties. I've just checked now as well and consulted with my legal team. It is there. We did put it there. Okay, so that point, can it please on record be corrected? From a community perspective, honorable members, this is what we do. Can I explain it in Zulu? Then there will be translations. The department, yes, e-government. I'm doing this for the sake of the stakeholders, Chairperson. Sine program esiyenzayo. Now that umsebenzi wethu usebenza kakhulu nge-technology apha eGauteng, siye sabona ukuthi abantu sibashiya ngasemuva. Abantu aba-understand indlela entsha esisebenza ngayo. Sa-develop ama-programs, sathi makube khona i-programs esizenzayo zokuthi zisifundise umphakathi ngendlela entsha esisebenza ngayo eGauteng. Lezo ndlela zikhuluma nolutsha, kunamahlelo ajongene nolutsha ukuthi akwazi ukusebenzisa izinto esisebenzisayo ze-ICT. Le ICT program, I'm sure you would have noticed, Chairperson, last year sikhe saphuma kakhulu singuhulumeni waseGauteng under the banner yase e-government. Sifundisa ulutsha, sifundisa osomashishini abasathuthukayo ukuthi sisebenza njani nge-ICT. Bayisebenzise njani inkonzo zethu beyisebenzisa i-ICT. I-ICT ke yi-technology. So there are those programs that we are having. Every region has benefited, and we are continuing. Siseqhubeka futhi sifundisa abantu. Kulo ma function ke or kulezo mbizo esibanazo zokufundisa abantu ngendlela esenza ngawo umsebenzi wethu singuhulumeni. Sibane stalls. We would have stalls that we put there, so kuzoba khona i-department zonke, wena treasury, also mashishini abancane, your small business people would be there and be educated as well in terms of how we do these things. khona enye sizoba nayo futhi la ekuqala uDisemba izobe ibhekene nolutsha ifundisa ulutsha ngokuthi sisifumana njani inkonzo sisebenzisa itechnology inkonzo zakwarhulumente sisebenzisa itechnology focusing on that community development element. There is also part of change management. Angazi ukuthi yini change management ngesizulu, but change management from an ICT or technology perspective that we also teach ngayo in these youth tech expos. We will actually try and invite the members of the community to come and see how we do this thing in our next youth tech expo. Please remind me, Chief Director, so that we extend an invitation so that you can see it and be part of these activities that are trying to educate umphakathi waseGauteng on how to use the resources, the technology now eGauteng. Ngiyabonga. I hope it izamekile ucaciseka kumphakathi kakhulu. Thank you.
All right, thank you. HED, are we fine from your side and the team? We can move to the MUNEX.
Yeah, Chair, I think if we could just allow, colleagues from CETA just to respond to the two, and I think the colleagues from the municipalities. I think I will just really come back to clarify something also. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. With your permission. Okay. Chair, I will be responding to the question that was raised by Member Menkwe relating to the consultation of CETA by some of the organs of the state. But I will also, afterwards, also like to touch on the penalty issues as well. All right. So, with regard to, and I think the HOD of EGAV already spoke to some of the matters. So within the different segments of our clients, there are areas where really we got this right, meaning there is 100% consultation, and there are areas where we are still struggling with that. And it all comes down to the mass service and the May service, as the HOD of EGAV has indicated. Maybe let me just take a step back and talk about the engagement model between CETA and the Gauteng provincial government, meaning all the departments within the Gauteng provincial department. So how we have built our relationship between GPG as well as CETA, we work through the Department of EGAV. We've got a business agreement with the Department of EGAV, where EGAV is doing the collaboration of all the services, of all the IT services with the end department, and represent those departments in our relationship with them. So which then makes it much easier to get all the department to comply in terms of the consultation with CETA, but also in terms of making sure that those services that they are required to acquire from CETA, they are doing so. And so far, the Department of EGAV has been doing quite well in terms of managing that. So where really we still have challenges, however, we are continuously coming up with innovative ways of making sure that we are not really attracting our customers to consult, but also to do business with us as we are government. It's the area of the local government, as well as the area of the SOE, the state-owned entities. We've got challenges in that area mainly because of the fact that in terms of the CETA Act, they have that, or rather they have that opportunity to go out to the market directly, meaning they are not mandated to come to CETA. Hence, you will find that there are certain services which will probably be similar to those services that we are working on with the department. They go out and get those services out there because we don't have that a mandate to be the sole suppliers to them. So they can go out to the market. Now, in terms of the innovative ways that I'm talking about, we are really trying to come up with products that will appeal to them, that will be attractive to them, so that they can come and work with us. Such as an example, just early in this morning, I was presenting to eGov regarding the very same topic, where we come up with, where we negotiate with the OEM, original equipment manufacturers, where we negotiate discount and supply services to the department at a discounted rate, which then make it easier to work with the municipalities because they will be benefiting from those discounts and saving the government money. So those are some of the things that we are putting in place. But over and above that, Member Mankwa, you did indicate that we have our own challenges as well. Indeed, we do have our own challenges that we are also continuously working on to improve and make sure that we are able to meet the requirements of all departments. So in that space, we are also coming up with ways of making sure that the procurement processes that we embark on, they are shorter than the normal procurement process where you will take up to 120 days to do the procurement process. An example of those procurement processes that we are coming up with, we do put together what we call the panels, where we've got the pre-evaluated service providers who can provide a specific service, meaning we go out to the market once, we get those service providers, and when the department comes to us, we have then shortened the process because now we are working with the pre-selected service providers. I would also extend the same for the transversal contract. It's one of our ways to make sure that at least the procurement process is not always that long, but of course we still have those services where we need to go out to the market to acquire, and it will then take long to complete that, the process. So those are really the ways that we are coming up to make sure that all the organs of the states are consulting with us. But maybe just one last one. The other way of really working with the municipalities, including the SOEs, I think the HOD of eGov also touched on it when he was doing the initial presentation. As we provide the services to the department, and the departments are able to extend those services to the municipalities or the SOEs, that's how we then end up all together working with all the organs of the states. I think I will pause there with regard to the consultation. Chair, I just felt maybe let me come in on the matter of the penalties, as it's a tripartite agreement that we have signed between ourselves as CETA, the Department of eGov, and the JV as well, which is a JV of MTN and into IT. So with regard to this, Chairperson, what transpired in the contract that we have signed, it is correct to say there are penalties. However, those penalties are only looking at the operations part of the services. That is, once we have implemented the sites and now they are under maintenance. Once they are under maintenance, we've got penalties there. However, I think the point that was raised earlier, I think it was raised by Member Walters, it was regarding the slow delivery from a JV perspective. With regard to that, and I think it was the underperformance as well as the quality of work that was raised. Regarding the implementation, the only remedies that we've got in that area, it's the dispute resolution process that we follow. We also got the breach of contract that we can pose to the JV. So that is the difference. To say there is in operations, but while we are still in the implementation phase, it's only those two that I've just mentioned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think now is the turn of my colleagues from the municipalities. I think we can start with Musa. Mahlodi would just be there. And Chair, just to indicate that our colleague from the City of Johannesburg, the Group CTO there, has joined us, Mr. Aubrey Mochela. He's in the meeting, sitting that side. Thank you very much. I've pressed. Oh. Sorry, Chair, I hope that I was audible. I was just saying we'll start with Musa, and Mahlodi would come in. And then just to indicate to the committee that we now have a full complement of the metros. I just really didn't want to disturb the proceedings. I think the Group CTO from the City of Johannesburg has joined the meeting, Mr. Aubrey Mochela. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, through Chair. There was a clarity around the issues of finance and what we meant by the diversion of resources away from IT. I think, Chair, maybe one to state that even with the limited resources, we do prioritize. The point that I was trying to make is that in the environment, at least where we are with the city, we're critically now, the core services member are competing with ITs from that perspective, to say between allocating money for water, for example, versus this, it becomes a difficult decision, and obviously those constitutional services, then mandated services win. But notwithstanding that, there's still some amount, as I said, that goes to the programs that I stated earlier. The issue of the legal process, there was a tender that was awarded for broadband access in the city of Tshwane around, I think it was around 2014, but there was a limited implementation, but around 2017, the city had taken that contract on a self-review. It then underwent all the processes right up to the Constitutional Court. And where we are now, we're at arbitration level with the service provider. And based on that arbitration, as I said, it will then give us an indication around how we proceed further. But those are the legal processes that over the last 10 years we have been stuck with on that particular matter. Thanks.
Thanks, through you, Chairperson. So there was the issue that was raised regarding the 4 WAN sites that were put on hold. So mainly it was technical issues that we needed to understand regarding the deployment of those WANs. Currently, the city is running on its own fiber and WAN infrastructure, and there's also the WAN infrastructure from eGov, which were not integrated. So we needed to understand how are we then going to work around integrating those sites to ensure that although it's implemented by eGov and it's running on their network, the city also has can have access, because they're also using other systems that run on the Kuruleni environment. Then there was also an issue regarding the maintenance, which we needed to clarify. So once they have installed in Ekurhuleni, who was going to be responsible for the maintenance? But those issues have now been resolved. We are now proceeding with deployment. Then the Duduza, there was an issue regarding the Duduza library. I will presume that it's part of this. It's part of those sites, because those sites, they mainly relate to libraries and clinics. In terms of the triple Cs, I've indicated maybe in our presentation that we installing SD-WAN. Duduza, it's a remote site. Currently, we struggle with fiber installation there. It is in our plans, but we won't get to it now. We have installed SD-WAN as an interim solution until we deploy the fiber. So the triple C has now been connected through the SD-WAN connectivity. And there was also an issue regarding the user experience that was raised. I think HOD did respond to it. And from the city, we also experienced the same. The community is not happy with the 500 megabytes that we give to them. But we've That's why we also initiated a process of commercialization. The commercialization process will assist us to increase the megabytes that we're offering to the citizens, but also generate revenue for the city to be able to maintain that service and support it going further. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think we've covered all the questions that were raised.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just two questions of clarity. As far as the penalty clause is concerned, from what I understand, there is one, but it only pertains to the maintenance of a site, not when the site is being, the installation of the work. As far as I understand that. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Then just on the end of life, end of service issues, devices. Sorry, I keep bringing up this issue. I was under the impression from the reply that I received a few months ago from the MEC, that to upgrade the entire network would cost 700 million rand, right? So, and I was also under the impression from the reply that certain devices, not the entire network, is coming to the end of their life by the 31st of December. So I see it as a distinction. Maybe I've got it wrong. So my question was, regarding the deadline of the 31st of December, what amount of money is needed to replace those devices in order to ensure the integrity of the network, and does the department have that money? And if it is 700 million, then I think we're in a bit of a pickle, Chair, to say the least, because I don't think the department's going to get that kind of money before the end of the year. Thank you.
You're fine? Do you want to
Yeah, I think the issue of the commercialization, we said you must break it down so that we understand what you mean exactly. Does that mean if citizen A is able to pay so that citizen B can have access, does that mean the same thing?
It's not mainly about citizen paying, it's about the ads. So they would be able to watch an ad that will give them access to more megabytes.
Okay, just on the follow-up questions, you come in for those.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I am Devante Mapari, eGov ICT. I just wanted to add on a commercialization matter. Basically, commercialization, it's when you are allowing adverts on your network. So it means if you are bringing a 30 seconds advert during the time when someone is watching something, that advert pays you back. You'll find in our pages, you'll have ads, maybe Jet, for example, advertising their sale. So that's when we're that's when we're talking income from those. So they buy space, so the users, when they're using, we are getting revenue out of it. Thank you.
There's still outstanding questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, can I make a request that I think as it relates to this issue of penalty clauses, because I thought that I think the response really tried to clarify that, and just to make this point that I am not a legal person by any stretch of imagination, so I wouldn't want to seriously mislead in as far as this is concerned, but that has largely been my understanding to then say it only implies to operations, not maintenance. But I think for completeness of this particular response, can I then request that we sponsor a written response to that, I think really backed by I mean inputs from legal colleagues in that particular regard, so that at least one is not being quoted otherwise, as it were. Chair, I think in terms of the second part of the question from Member Walters, in terms of the equipments that are coming to end of life and end of support by this year, I think the point there that we are making is that, I mean, really our network is really made up of a number of things. But I think specific here, you are referring to your core switches, because I think from the picture that I think we'd have displayed in terms of our topology network, you then have the core network nodes that are spread across the province, which are about 8 of them. And then you do have about 2 smaller aggregates of those particular network. Though I think from time to time, I think there's been the efforts to upgrade the core networks annually. So these ones really go on above that, because I think it becomes more of a technical a discussion of some sort. But I think simply put, is that it's not your entirety of the network. We are specific to then say the ones is the core transmission switches, and then below that I think is the connectivity rings, the rings that I think sites connect to, the ones that also need to be upgraded. They were never upgraded, hence they are operating at a 1 gig. So that is the 2 components of the whole network that makes up the 700. And then I think if you ask me, Member Walters, to then say what becomes an emergency between the two, or what is it that we can do without until the new financial, I think my take would be that I think we're better off firstly upgrading the network rings, resources allowing, because I think that is what is largely in the main degrading the performance of our network. And then in terms of the transmission switches, is something that we can factor in the new financial year, as it were. So I think we really tried to be much more basic and then move away from the technical description when you're responding to the question as it is. I hope that it assists the question as it is to then say, I think it's really certain components that are within the network that were installed over 10 years ago, and then it's mostly your transmission switches and the connectivity rings. But I think if there is still dissatisfaction, we are happy to take this conversation as a sidebar so that at least we are really aligned around this, so that at least member can then appreciate the topology of our network, as it were, if that's agreeable with yourself, Chair.
Okay. So it seems we have 2 items that are outstanding. Is the response on the question on the clauses. So I think that just needs, because you had indicated you need your legal team, so just so that we have that on record. And then there was also a proposal that in one of the committee meetings we should have a presentation on the commercialization aspects, and I think that's a critical one, because it also ties into how we're moving things forward. So the integration of the private sector is in this regard quite critical, because this really is a mandate for both public and private. How do we get society to be connected? But most importantly, how do we move forward? It's in the best interest of every party. So I think we'll have a session where we're able to just have the department come in and just unpack what is in place, what are you doing, but also what are the plans on getting additional participation from the private sector, etc. Okay. All right, so that does bring us to the end of this part. And I was briefed that it is time for lunch now, so we will break for an hour. Okay, we'll break for an hour. We can come back at 1:30. Charlene, is that fine? Okay, so we can come back at 1:30, so it gives everybody just a chance to be able to get their food to settle. And then when we come back, we're going to receive the second quarter reports. All right, thank you. We can release the municipalities. Okay, sorry, there's a proposal, apologies. Is an hour, 30 minutes fine? What's 30 minutes? Okay, 30 minutes, I think there's consensus. So we'll break for 30 minutes, we'll be back at 1. Yeah, okay, thank you.
From 474 to
on? Okay. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to start in just 3 minutes, 2 minutes now, or 2:30, so that we can be done by 2:30 latest. That's what we're pushing for. So I just want to check with all the representatives. I'm told some of them are still coming inside, but portfolio committee members are here, and I see the departmental members who are at the back. Kindly come forward, especially where there's empty seats. Okay. It's exactly 1:30 now, so let's start our meeting. We're going to receive the presentation on the second quarter performance report. HOD, if I may request that we're only going to give you 20 minutes for the presentation, because I'm told it's a lot of slides. So if you're able to make sure that within that 20 minutes, we can be done, because then it gives us sufficient time to be finished, at least by 2:30. And then also just to indicate from the side of the committee is that we received your responses very late and they were not signed. And because of that, it's now impacting on our work. We now have to schedule another date for us to go through them. So it's a huge disadvantage to us and we can't accept that. I'd said to the committee that we're going to write a letter to the MEC to indicate that we're not going to tolerate that. So that we set the tone for these meetings. It's very important that we're given responses on time so that it helps us. So we will write that formal communique accordingly. Okay, but I think let's start. HOD, I'll hand over to you, and then you can take us through.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Let me just try to get sorted with H2O. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope to utilize the 20 minutes given efficiently. I think the first part of the presentation in the main deals with executive summary, and then I hope that within the executive summary itself, in fact, I did some notes that largely speaks to that. And then immediately after the summary, I think is the detailed report. I think some of the detail that I will just be touching on. Chair, I think in terms of the overall departmental performance on Q2, I think you can just leave it on that first slide, because I think with the summary that I have here, I think I would try to really cover this, but I think the detail of this, I think, will also be contained in the overall presentation. That in terms of program 1, Chair, I think we had about 7 targets, and then 4 targets were achieved, and then the achieved targets were, none achieved were 3, which represent around 57% of that. And then in terms of our program 2, which is our core business, we had about 19 targets, and 12 were achieved with non-achievement of 7, which represent, I think you can move to the next one, I think 63%. And program 3, we had about 4 targets, and then we achieved 1, and then not achieved 3, which represent a performance of around 25%. In total, Chair, we had about 30 targets, 17 were achieved, 13 were not achieved, which basically then put our performance as a department to about 57%. And 43% of the targets were not achieved as such. And then, Chair, if you go into a summary of the deviations as they were, I would not necessarily go in detail in terms of that. One, as it relates to payment of supplier invoices that need to have been paid within 10 days. Our quarterly performance target was 100%, but our actual target was 89% there. Largely, I think, Chair, this problem is mostly internally facing, where I think some of the end users were very late in terms of submission of their payment packs, something that I think there is a remedial action that we are activating in that particular regard, with the instruction note to then say this is the process that we need to follow. And then also, Chair, we could not achieve in terms of percentage of procurement of budget spent on companies owned by persons with disabilities. Our target was around 7%, of which our actual performance there was around, it's non-performance, it's 0%. Largely, I think the challenge there is getting the details of the people with disabilities owned company to submit the quotations. So, yeah, something that we are hoping to correct moving forward with the involvement of Treasury in that regard. Also, Chair, an area where there was no achievement is the percentage of people with disabilities that were employed in the department. I think our quarterly target was around 4%. The target was not achieved because of the delays in advertising and filling of the vacant posts due to mainly cost containment measures and the circular that DPSA issued, circular 49 in that particular regard. I mean, our overall performance was around 8%. In terms of, that's on your program 2, summary of the deviation as it relates to number of sites with WEN. Our quarterly target was 80, and then our actual performance for the quarter was 20. And then I think the challenge there has largely been the long lead time it takes to deliver the equipment. I think a point that we spoke to in terms of the JV having the material on site, and then I think one of the sites that failed the acceptance testing in that particular regard, of which I think will correct the issue as it relates to acceptance testing, and then remediate the issue of the lead time it takes of ordering the equipment, where I think we've agreed with the JV that I think they'll be doing bulk ordering in that particular regard. Chair, I think the situation would repeat itself in as far as our targets of LAN, local area network, is concerned, because for the quarter we planned around 60, but we could only achieve 14 of that, of which is basically linked to the issue of equipment, of which the remedial action I think is largely followed also in this particular regard. And then, Chair, that's also the situation as it relates to our voice over internet protocol. the Wi-Fi hotspots that we needed to provide, and yeah, I think that's our ICT infrastructure-related targets, of which our overall performance in terms of VoIP was at 6%, and then the other one was at 8%. But I think we really hope moving forward in this subsequent quarters, the issue as it relates to bulk ordering of the equipment would really assist in this particular regard. Also, I think what we could not achieve was the number of policies that are transversal that we needed to review, of which we activated some remedial action also in that particular regard. Chair, another area where I think there was almost around 48% non-achievement is the number of staff that we had to train on online platform. Our performance for the quarter, the target was around 2,750. We only achieved 1,433, of which I think the main challenge there is largely low attendance by GPG staff. And then also, I think we did well in terms of our Action Lab program, of which for the quarter, our performance target was around 3,500, of which our actual performance was around 95%, of which we achieved 3,337 attendance in that particular regard. Also, another area of concern was the number of advocacy programs that we are conducting in departments, and the rollout of the employee self-service module, of which the target was around 6. We could only achieve 2, which represent around 33% of that. And then I think the deficiency there has largely been that we could not reach this target because the developers are still working on some enhancements on the EPDMS model to really align with the DPMS policy in this particular regard. But we are hoping for better fortunes in Q3. I think I would have already spoken about the target as it relates to rollout of employee self-service. In GPG departments, our target for the quarter was around 5. We achieved 2, which represent around 40%, of which I think is just really that alignment that we needed to fix within our operating environment, of which our developers are busy working on that. So, Chair, in the main, that is really the summary of the report. Chair, it really covers the report in detail, but I think time allowing, I'm not sure within the remaining 10 minutes, because I really tried within that particular summary to sprint through all the program areas, but I can see that I'm left with around 10 minutes or so, which could then, I would be guided, Chair, if there is any particular emphasis that I would need to make, because I think from the pack that you were given, Chair, from slide 16 to 68 is basically the detailed information of what I've just basically summarized in terms of the reason for deviation, but I think it just really goes in much more detail in that particular regard. So, Chair, with your direction, I'm not sure as to whether the summary assists, but I think if at all there are some limitations in that, I could go again in detail in terms of the report. We'll take your guidance, Chair.
All right, thank you. So that's at least you've given us 9 minutes of spare time. Because the committee has gone through the reports, I'll just allow, and because we are joined also by stakeholders, if there are any questions from the stakeholders before I go to committee members. I know there are representatives who are going to speak. Okay, Tengwan. Okay, just assist me because I know we've got 2. Okay, we've got committee members from Alex, Tembisa, Winterfeld. Okay, let's start with Alex. We can have representative from there. Obanopuma Alex, representative? Was that, okay. Winterfeld, it's fine, let's start. Bengcela, please just put your mic on so that it's able to record you. Abana my mic. Okay, no, it's coming. And then just please introduce yourself. And then ungabuza ke.
My name is Rebecca. I don't know if I'm still on the agenda, but I do have many questions. The first one is on the challenges we faced lately due to the theft. What is the solution in order to protect the new installations or fibers so that we don't face the same challenges that we had before? Is it a call for the community to protect those fibers, or you will come with the strategic plan for the security of those fibers? And about removing the services in the public places, the schools will be involved in those removals? That's my question. And if the schools will not be removed in the services, hence the registration of the learners are online and other community members are unemployed and don't have money for the data. And you will find that there is a traffic on the registration time. The public have right to use those free datas, or is another strategic plan to help the community during those time of traffic?
Okay, siyabonga. And then we'll take all the questions. Feel free to speak in whichever language you want, but thank you very much. At least we've gotten from Winterfeld. Do we have Alex or Tembisa?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Ke kopa ho bolela Setswana about the future plan. Ke na le suggestion. Ka taba ya hore re nne re etsetswa as the community. Ke taba e leng gore e tsamaya e mora government ka hore you run out of money, le rona re emetse di services. For the future plan, e ka ba bjang gore le berekise this network as a business, gore le government e be le income. Re na le di MTN, re na le di other networks tse leng gore we are using money. Yes, the community ya lla ha ina tšhelete, mara ra e reka data from other networks. Re a e berekisa data re ntsha tšhelete. Government e kry-a tšhelete e ntši ka taxi fela. Gone benong a re sana plan ya gore government e kry-a tšhelete, instead government e ntsha tšhelete e be e run out of tšhelete. So ne re nagana gore how about in the next future re kry-e subsidy, ha re reka data re kry-e subsidy. E ska ba taba ya gore re tlo lalla ele ya gore re ya ko dikolong, re ya ko kae. Ha ke ya ke reka ko shopong, ke le etse a certain network e re tla itseng gore e yona ke ya government e. And then ha ke rekile, ke a itse gore he ke rekile 500 megabytes, ke kry-a a certain megabytes on top. E leng gore government ya subsidizer. In another way, re tla be re busetsa tšhelete back ko governmenteng, unlike you are giving us dilo free and you run out of finance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there was a hand at the back. The Steli mic.
Good day. My name is Sipombetse from Tembisa Parliamentary Constituency Office. Our concern is about the cameras that has been installed in Tembisa, Ekurhuleni. They seems not to be working, and it's a big infrastructure at West, if that is correct. They don't have signal a yellow light nor a green light that flagged to show that it's working. With me here, I have a community member who has been installing cameras for the community since 2021. And we worked with him. There are a lot of cameras. He's able to retrieve clips of any kind of crime that would have happened along these cameras. But in this case of this CCTV of our government, we do not have a single clip that we can show to say they are assisting. And it means that they are in danger if they are not working. Maybe also it will be helpful for the community leaders to have this panic button activated that will assist our community. But also, back to those cameras, there is a gap that when you come and install them, you do not incorporate those small companies that has been working with the community in installing those cameras. With me here, we can demonstrate now what is happening in the township, in our small call center, our phones, our gadgets. But yours, we do not have access. And if we don't have access, how do we prevent crime? Because it wouldn't mean that for me to have access to the camera in my gadget and able to view what is happening in that vicinity through your cameras, I will jeopardize your services, or I will spy to the criminals. But instead, if we are all watching, then we'll able to press the panic button and report what is happening in that area. It is not my place to answer my sister, but I just want to say the township people who are still poor, we need those free services. We need those free Wi-Fi. It is said that you will give a person a 350, and then that 351 has to buy data from it. So I think we need to be considerate that we still need, we are far from achieving free Wi-Fi. And for those hotspots, like at the parks, for the Wi-Fi that is not working, it is still gives challenge to the schools. That's why you see the fence at the school is falling, because people try to get closer to the school premises by standing along the fence in order to access free Wi-Fi. So let those hotspots work and have that Wi-Fi so that our people can be educated and have access to what is happening globally. For now, thank you.
All right, thank you. And then Alex.
Good afternoon. My name is Nchani, surnamed Khope from Alex side. Maybe perhaps I should start it, even though I've forgotten that company, but there was a funder from India, if not China, that came and made an assessment for hotspots to implement this program, where members of community were engaged to come and identify the hotspots in the region E, especially the Alex side. We gave the information, and we were answered or told with a promise that they will come back to us. But with time, communication got lost. Suddenly, we found that there is this installation of cameras. And in the back of my thinking, I thought, oh, the dream has come true, though it might not have came with people who participated initially on it. Now, my community assessment concerns would be around information dissemination within the community. In terms of installation, I do not remember that they were installed in hotspots that were identified by them. Because when we made that exercise, we went to a safe place to make recommendations, and we decided this is a must-keep place. Then suddenly, the installation doesn't give us something that is profitable, or doesn't even give a crack to Alex in Region E. Form of communication about them to the community is a challenge. Education to community members is a challenge. Distraction of ignorance for community members to accept the service done by technology is still need to be rebuked, to say how are we going to make our community accept and understand the importance of this technological assistance. And then the coverage and limitations is not clear, whether how far, how distance does it cover? Does it actually cover the area that was identified? And this other portion of it, the rotational part of it, is stagnant for us. I normally observe it in the evening. It gives us a red light, and then it decides to give bright lights, but it is still facing this one that is rotating. There's this one which is fixed. That's facing one direction, and the other one, the opposite direction, maybe perhaps as an example on the same street. But the one that is rotating, it's always on the same position. Then it means whoever is in charge to take care of it, something is missing. He doesn't do things right. All right. There is this other mode of communication that we were promised at some stage, the panic button installation on the app phones. Not yet. I never have heard anything around it. Yeah. And then, okay, this maybe finalizing point would be the public awareness questionnaire, just to get the gist within the community. What do they think about this? What could be the important, simple questions, just for a layman to have a response, for us to get an impact of accepting it in terms of ownership. In the distinction between VOMA and IGASA program of this, because now the fever and the atmosphere is talking about VOMA, and VOMA, when it is being brought to attention, it is normally brought into attention for personal gain, especially for youth, and adults don't understand the importance of VOMA. And we wanted to understand the distinction. Is it the same form? Is it progressed in the same way? Or VOMA is one side and IGASA is one side? That information is needed within our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to check, there's also a representative from Radio Workshop. Okay. Back.
Hi guys, my name is Mkansi Tato. I'm a representative from the Radio Workshop, and also I'm a young person from Alexandra, so I came with those guys. You know, I like to be a game changer just a little bit as we continue to navigate the complexities of the digital age. it's imperative that we prioritize the safety and well-being of our citizens, right? So particularly in the context of online interaction, so that we can make sure that what we are bringing in, it also, we can assure it's safe. So the rise of online trafficking has become a pressing concern with devastating outcomes for its victims. The intersection of technology and human trafficking has created new challenges for law enforcement, policymakers, and advocates. Online platforms have become breeding grounds for traffickers to recruit, manipulate, and exploit vulnerable individuals. So these consequences of online trafficking are far-reaching and devastating. Victims often suffer from severe physical and emotional trauma, including anxiety, depression, and all of those that you can think of. So in light of these challenges, I'd like to inquire, Ori, what comprehensive measures is these or are these services eGov putting in place to respond to online trafficking, including collaborations with law enforcement and advocacy groups? So yeah, that is just my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Those are the questions from our stakeholders. I think just the HOD and the department you would have heard, but I also want to take questions from committee members so that when you respond, then you're able to just speak to all of them. Are there any questions from committee members? Based on the second quarter report, I think we're fine. We'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Re leboge thata di questions that we receive from the members of the community. And then I'm going to just share them amongst the members of the team here, but I would direct through which ones they are going to respond to that. But most of them, Chair, I think we appreciate them. I think they were mostly the comments that says this is how you really need to improve on your processes. More particularly, I think the issue that I think the young person from Radio Workshop really raised as it relates to the scourge of online trafficking. And then how we really need to up our game as it relates to awareness. So I think we really need to take that, because I think safety of our community is quite very important in that particular regard, because I think whether we like it or not, I think issues that your public Wi-Fi spaces becomes places of vulnerabilities. You really ask yourself to then say young people that I think an example was made to then say you find them really hanging around your school area, trying to access that. I think it becomes a spot for criminals to really target them. I mean, how do you really begin to make that particular space quite very safe for that? But I think my colleagues will speak to that. But I think the first question that my sister there, Rebecca, raised, the issue, what is the solution in terms of vandalism? I think you are more specific to issues of fiber, those sort of things. And I think my colleagues would largely speak to that, but I think we would want to broaden it to then say it's not only about fiber, but critical infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, to then say how do we make sure that we protect this particular infrastructure, because mostly people who, I mean, we're still in these cables, those sort of things. I think at times, maybe they got clever at this nowadays. At times they used to mistaken, our fiber cable to be the real cable that is of value, whatever. I think only to find out that it's nothing that they can do anything about. But I think nevertheless, it really becomes damage to our infrastructure, as it were. But I think there are some safeguards that we put in place in that most of our fiber is not an aerial fiber, that you'll find many private service providers, more particularly in townships, the fiber is aerial fiber. I think ours is largely underground, which becomes quite very difficult for people to do that. But I think looking broadly in terms of the other infrastructure, i.e., if I were to use example, the CCTV cameras that we are installing, we're installing that on a pole, almost the length of that pole is almost 12 meters concrete pole. And then common sense just tells me to then say, I mean, even a criminal who's high on something, I think it would really take an effort for him to go and vandalize that something that is so high, and then the camera would always be able to pick him up because there is continuous monitoring from our public safety officials through Amapanyas and then those sort of things, because I think it would really take them time to really mount that. But I think a call is that members of the community also need to play a role in terms of protecting this particular infrastructure, because I think it's the service that as government we are really pushing to communities, and then I think it's really incumbent upon members of the community within those particular areas that I think they must protect that. I think the acting DDG of ICT will come in here. I think Rebecca was asking DDG about the online school admission. To then say at a point, I think I know there were some teething issues as and when we started with this particular program, but I think we've stress tested that system over the years to make sure that I think it's able to take a whole lot of capacity, meaning an X number of concurrent users accessing the system without the system crashing on its own. So I think if you could also speak to that, but I think she makes very good point, Chair, that I think myself and the team would also need to consider. In fact, I think whilst having accepted the invitation from the Portfolio Committee that the next presentation we need to do it around commercialization. She's coming up with some of the ideas to then say this is how it would work. In fact, from some of the international studies, I think either in Germany or so, where I think the rollout in rural communities has largely been around that particular model. I think it would largely inform some of the commercialization options that we'll put on the table. So I think we'll really put that as a takeaway point from this to then say, when we come back to the committee, these are some of the options that we'll put to then say, if we go out and commercialize, these are some of the models that would do that. But the acting DDG would also speak to that one. SIPO spoke about or raised a concern, mostly about the cameras that are not working. I'm not sure, Mr. Ludwig and Mr. Mapari, whether the issue the same with the issue that we had on, remember, I'm assuming, Sipo, that those cameras, they are mostly in townships. It's not in town. I think the first installation we had the configuration problems because those areas, why predominantly they are hotspots, is that there is no infrastructure there in terms of power, connectivity, those sort of things. So from a design of that, I think when you were installing that camera there, you need also to install solar to really support that. So the initial configuration, I think there were some misconfiguration between the inverter and the panel that were there. In that during winter, I think the charging period was way less, wherein I think at midnight, you would then have problems with charging that, though I think we've corrected that in terms of the first installation of that. But I think if the problem is beyond that, I think we might need to get a sense to then say what are those particular areas so that we look at that. In fact, we are not doing even an oversight on ourselves on that. Community safety through the Gauteng traffic wardens, they do within different regions, they do monitor these things for us. And then in our weekly sessions, sorry? Oh, can I continue, Chair?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll can take a second if there's maybe a question or an additional comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, I think the point that I was making is that these things, we do monitor them through our partners, and then in our weekly sessions that we have with all the MMCs across the province, the Office of the Premier and everybody, I think we do report on functionality of this. But we don't want to sound defensive or whatever. I think if there is a specific problem in a specific area, I think we are happy to really look at that. He spoke about the issue, I think, Ludwig, when you come in to respond to that issue of the latency of cameras, more particularly, I think, the work that we started doing with the city of Tshwane, because I think we'll be collaborating with them to leverage on the connectivity that they have so that you don't necessarily have latency issues. I think that is why I think the signal issues that Mr. Mbecha was largely raising there. And then I think there is appetite generally. So in fact, I think that is something that the Premier has been vocal about in terms of incorporating small, medium enterprises in terms of this. So I think if there is someone who then says, I've got these cameras that I've installed, I think how do we begin to collaborate in terms of sharing of the feed? Because here, our intention is that of undermining crime and fighting, throwing everything into this. So if there are efforts to really increase our ears and eyes across the province, surely we can shun that particular opportunity. We are here to really leverage on that. I think you would have spoken about some clips to show. Chair, I think there we just need to be aware and sensitive around certain issues to then say, in the country, there is a law called Protection of Personal Information, in that I think you do not necessarily have the luxury of moving around showing information that you collected through these CCTV cameras, unless it's really for crime fighting purpose. That is why I think they need to, even our cameras, there needs to be some warning of some sort that I think every footage that we are taking here is in the main for crime fighting purpose. So I think I can give you comfort to then say our cameras have those particular capabilities. In fact, we took, Chair, if you remember, the Portfolio Committee to an oversight visit to our command center in 45 Commissioner Street, wherein we showcased these CCTV cameras, how information comes through, those sort of things. So I think that capability is there. And then over and above that particular capability, Chair, these cameras, we've even shown the committee to then say, in Small Street, we've started activating some of the capabilities of facial recognition in that particular cameras. But because now the laws in the country are such that I think they are not really advanced such that we could begin to use that particular information, we really need to be relying on the fabric data that we must get from Department of Home Affairs in terms of doing that. But we are starting to collect that. And then we're able to show that information to them. So if you're looking for this particular person with this particular attributes, within the database that we collected, we are able to do that. Chair will note the issue as it relates to, because I think it came from more than one person, as it relates to activation of the e-panic. I think it really became a runaway success, this thing of e-panic in terms of how we're rolling it out. I think within the targeted areas, as it were, I hope the Chief Director of Communication is here, unless he stepped out, to then say in terms of the blitzing that we are doing, and then I think the media and communication work where we are doing in terms of activation of this will reach out to some of the areas where we are unable to reach in terms of this. Because two ways of doing this. The app itself is available on your App Store, your Android Store, your Huawei Store. I think you can basically begin to download that. But we have then said that obviously there are those vulnerable members of our societies, our go-go's, and then other people who would not ordinarily be able to download this. Then we can then be able to arrange for the handheld e-panic buttons in that regard. We've already rolled out almost 2,000 of that, but I think budget allowing, we would be rolling out in terms of, but there is no limit in terms of the downloads that we can do in terms of the e-panic, and then it's proven that it basically works in that particular regard. And then I think we noted that, Ludwig, if you come in to comment, or acting DDG, I think is then saying that there must be a dedicated program in terms of the Wi-Fi hotspots from a rollout point of view. I know we might have mentioned this to then say, in terms of rollout of the Wi-Fi hotspots, I think our target would be on 26 prioritized townships to roll that out, of which there was really dependency in terms of availability of the infrastructure. But I think the plea is that I think we must really move with necessary speed in terms of the rollout with that. Maybe you'll just also give information in terms of where we've rolled out there. Monchane, I'm sorry if I did not pronounce the name correctly, from Alex, about the funder for hotspots program. Chair, I would not be aware of any private funding that was linked to that, but safe to confirm that I think provincial government has put its own limited resources towards the rollout of this Wi-Fi hotspots. But I think we'd agree with you to then say maybe we need to do more in terms of the community engagements when we're rolling out this Wi-Fi hotspots things, because I think it's mostly people who are living in those particular communities who would know to then say this is the area that is mostly frequented by number of users. And then I assume that here we are still talking of the Wi-Fi hotspots, not the crime hotspots, because the crime hotspots, we're using them for mapping of the cameras as it were. But I think we really take the challenge as it were, because we do activate, some community participation process of some sort when we go out in communities, because we don't assume to then say that we know that most of the people spend their time in taxi ranks, Chisanyamas and those sort of things, and then this is where it would be. But I think we would note that. I think the issue of e-panic came up again. We did take note of that, Chair. And then just the issue on the difference between VOMA. VOMA, I'm assuming, Munjani was referring to VOMA Chem installation. The collaboration that we have with VOMA Chem in terms of accessing the more than 6,000 cameras or so, of which almost 80% of those cameras, they are in urban areas. And then I think largely in the city of Johannesburg, a few in Ekurhuleni, we do have tiny few in city of Tshwane and in the West End. That is the collaboration agreement where in Vomachem, they've established, that's their core business. They've established that, but we then said because we want to increase our ears and eyes across this, I think it really builds on the point that was made there in terms of some young people who would then come and then say, you know what, I've got this network of cameras and then I would want to make this available to provincial government. I think we can look into a collaboration agreement in that particular regard. So I think that is what provincial government leveraged on in terms of Vomachem. It's their own infrastructure. You would see mostly people that are staying in your urban areas in intersections. Those particular cameras that are branded, those are Vomachem ones, but I think they are powered by Vomachem. We are in collaboration with them in terms of getting that particular access. And then we are also able to show the committee how we get that particular information. It's basically separate from our very own installation because that we lease access, render access of those, of that footage from them for a period of 3 years. But we are then saying we do our own installation as provincial government. And then I can confirm that to date, we've installed and exactly, I think, around 380 of our own cameras across the province. And by the end of the financial year, which is by the end of March, we would have added an additional 420 to make 800 of our own cameras with those particular capabilities, as it were. Like I said, Chair, we've noted the issue as it relates to online trafficking, and then I think the awareness that we need to do in that particular regard. So, Chair, just really in under 1 minute, if you would be so kind as to allow my two colleagues, the Acting DDG and the Chief Director, ICT Infrastructure, just want to speak on the issue of the online admission, and then Mr. Ludwig, if you could just really speak on the issue of latency. Thank you very much. Chair, do I have your permission to allow them? Just under a minute.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go, if there's any additions, I know that you're going to come in. The issues around security and the cameras, you can see there's a big interest on that, understandably so, because we want to make sure that our communities are safe. So I'm going to allow the hands at the back. If you're not covered, ne, then we'll take your hands. If there's any additions you want to make, okay?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think maybe not necessarily augmenting on the issue of school admission. One will also cover on the CCTV as well. The issue one was around theft on fiber. The presenter from Ekurhuleni spoke of a technology that we have started to implement so that we can get to know where the theft is happening as well. And one thing that one can say is that fiber, it's not that much stolen. It's one technology that we can safely say it's there, just that people steal other things beyond it, and you find the transmissions are not working. The school admission, it's an online service. What we have done with school admission, it is zero rated. You don't need data to use it. So any device that has internet app, you can apply on it. And the other thing that we have done with the school admission is that it's no longer that thing of saying first come, first serve. You can apply even on the last day, for as long as you're meeting the criteria of application to the school, to the 5 schools that you would have opted for, you will still go through. For those that, the question is saying, those that do not know how to, with school admission, all schools and centers have officials that do help people in terms of applying online. The CCTV camera clips, obviously, we do not share them. Why? Because they are part of security cluster. They can be used for investigation and stuff. So they are only accessed by officials that are vetted to access. What we have is command centers. In all the regions, we have command centers, of which those command centers do have access directly to those cameras, and the respondent are based on the incident captured and also reported. To be direct to the questionnaire, in Tembisa, as we speak, we have installed maybe about 18 to start with, that as province we have installed ourselves. And during those installations, we did work with the community, of which if one was to speak of the people that we worked with, since the first installation, we have worked with more than 200 people around the province in installing these cameras. So we don't necessarily install without also engaging the community and making sure that they are skilled towards supporting us and helping us towards sustaining the infrastructure. There was also a question of e-panic, in one saying we don't know about it. We are sitting at more than 70,000 installation on e-panic in terms of downloads on the smart devices. To be specific, in Tembisa, we were there on the 8th of August at Beach Acres Mall, where the MEC was activating. And we are still to come in this quarter in Tembisa to do other activation and increasing the number of cameras in the area of Tembisa. Wi-Fi, we can confirm that the technology that we use now covers about 100 meters from where the Wi-Fi is. So meaning if you are near a school, library, church, hostel, you are able to access Wi-Fi. I can also confirm that last week we were launching public Wi-Fi at hostel in Joshkosh with the MEC, of which we were moving from an APN network, which was very slow, yes, but giving them a better network and upgraded one. I think where one was also with HOD on the matter of Vuma. On the street, basically, there are 3 types of cameras. The cameras owned by Vuma, cameras mainly owned by municipality, and the province. And what we're doing at a provincial level is to make sure that those all cameras are integrated. So there is a relationship in working, and all those cameras are accessed from one central place, a provincial command center. The online trafficking, it's if you have read lately, we've been conversing on the POPI Act, of which all our websites and online services does manage the information of personnel. We are also managing content filtering. However, it's something that definitely we need to dive deeper in. As a department throughout the province, we have started cyber security training through our youth expos. This is to make sure that everyone understands that there is such, and then this is how to also avoid. I think one has covered most of them, HOD. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think what would be helpful, especially for the question around the e-panic button, is that when we have such meetings, perhaps HOD, if you can have just a team of yours that can sit and just workshop people on it, because you've already got a captive audience here. I'm just worried if there's some that don't know about it. So if it's helpful, after this session, if you do have someone who can just show them how it's done and so forth, so after the meeting, if it's possible, I think that would be helpful. So that we do it immediately. And then also just on the issue of the cameras, I understand the questions or the comments to really, they want to know if there's a crime taking place, how do people report this? How do you get access to the footage? I think that's at the heart of what is being asked. So yes, you've indicated that there's cameras from Vuma, there's the municipality ones, there's the provincial ones, you integrate all of these, and there's a command center, that's fine. But I think the concerns from community members is, if a crime takes place, how do we access the footage? So maybe if you can just simplify that so that they know what are the processes that need to be taken. Because you're speaking to community members that are from your townships, and that's where a lot of crimes taking place. As you were saying, it's hotspots. So the cameras are there, but people won't see the value if they don't know how do we access that footage. Okay.
Thank you. I think one thing that, through you, Chair, we need to manage is to take the law into our hands. So what we encourage at all time is to work with community police forums, the structures that the community have to report such incidents. One spoke of how do I use e-panic to report. E-panic is one mode that through eGov you can use, as we will demonstrate how it works. One can press it and have access to report that get reported immediately. But say maybe you don't have an e-panic app or a device. It is through a police process of which the footage will only be accessed by the investigators and the people associated with that. But it's something definitely that we will use it as frequently asked questions, and we populate it for the community. Thank you. Yeah, Chair, maybe just as an addition, I think we do appreciate the question to then say our members get to report that. I think the point that we are really trying to make is that ours is just to avail the technology to assist with crime fighting initiatives. But I think we'll really take the message to our colleagues that are seized with the mandate of really fighting crime, i.e., our colleagues at public safety, to then say what form of message should we really take? Or maybe I think in such meetings we should also really bring 1 or 2 people with us to then say they would need to give a message in terms of that, because I would imagine that they've got some standard operating procedures that they need to be followed in an event that crime is committed, and then they need to have access to that particular footage. Ours would be to make sure that that particular footage is made available in an event of an incident of crime, as it were. So I think that would really be our attempt at responding directly to what you are raising, Chair, to then say what is it that members can physically do if a crime is largely committed. But I think the DG was also emphasizing the point that I think we need to integrate all these tools by activating the e-panic button, whatever. But surely I think there will be a process in terms of requesting that particular footage, and then it can be made available, because it is definitely available. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So I just want to make sure that because I know it was raised that side a lot, are we all understanding that the footage can be made available, but it must be through processes, reporting to the police and so forth. But it's not available for anybody to just view it for security purposes. But yes, in line with the Poppy Act. Okay, I just want to check, are we fine on that side? Okay, I just see one hand.
Yeah. Ke a leboga modulasetulo sebaka se o mphileng sona. As ke Simon Mbutla from Ward 3, ko Winnie Mandela. So most of the things ke kwa go bolela gore di camera tše ke di loketšwe throughout Tembisa. But a ke tsebe Winnie Mandela ke area e leng gore e tletše too much ka crime, and it's a hotspot area. So the camera tše re bolelang ka tsona ke bona only few tše e leng gore bile at the moment a di so bereke, and crime e tšwela pele. So those cameras ge di ka ba speed up go di installer, and mainly along Madiba Drive. Along Madiba Drive go na le di tavern tše ntšhileng, very even le dikoloi a ena di entrance tše ntši. E file gore di camera ba ka e considera too much da lokelwa along Madiba Drive, I think se go ka fokotšega crime eo. So coming mo go nthweng ya network ya rena e fase kudu, mo e leng gore ko library, yes, we appreciate rena le yona, but e felelela within le go o etswa ka mola library, at the gate ya mola library a e sa tshwara. So kgopela gore ge ba ka re adjustela yona mola, and then re ka thuša community ya rena too much. And then le ko nthweng access ya network mo clinicing le dikolong, that one a ke tsebe gore e lokilwe e dirang, a gona nthweng only within, maybe go na le nthweng go swantse o thole di code gore o access gore wang a ye gone. That is why most of the things sipo a boletše gore o kgwetša e le gore o access ntho o swantse o te thekge ka fence ya sekolo or whatever. So ge go ka kgonagala le re okeletšeng nthweng radius ya gona. Ke a leboga.
All right, thank you. So I think that's not so much questions, but comments of where they would want it to be strengthened. Okay? And then the last 10.
No chance and banani. Igama Amos Flanter Mahlangu. We are a Winterfeld. Indaba ngifuna ukuyiletha ngaphambili ukuthi Winterfeld eKhabo Clinic sinama camera that has been installed, ama CCTV camera ayuzwa for i-crime kose yenzeke, but sicabanga ukuthi those that installation was not properly done because ama-cable are exposed, anyone can see them. So I'm just bringing it to your attention, Guti, if you can get those technicians to come and contact the people in the Kabo Clinic to reinstall those CCTV camera cables. Number two is the issue of sports where the Wi-Fi must be installed, province and municipality. There are garage stations that I think you are not talking about. Those are some of the areas that can be installed. There are mega churches in our areas where you can install those Wi-Fi systems. But also, we request to just extend the length, maybe from 50 to 100, as we are saying. I want coverage, but also I want to check between the province and the municipality. Why can't you have one host of the network rather than to have a province having the network and then also the municipality? So that when you have one, we know what we are dealing with one entity, which is a province or the municipality. Because it's one. The previous administration is local of Wi-Fi. We can't access it any longer. And honestly, like this. So if it's operated by one host, at least but lastly, we don't have cameras in Winterfeld. I'm not sure if you have installed. We don't have those cameras. So I'm just checking with you if you have installed, which areas have you installed them in. And then lastly, what is the impact since those cameras have been installed in those areas where they are installed? Is the crime decreased or is still the same, or has the crime increased?
All right. Another one. Okay. That's just the last hand, and then we're closing on the discussions.
We appreciate the efforts for community. Taba ya di camera ke taba e right, mara Winterfeld re na le probleme ya hore ke mafifi kwa. Re go le fifing. Di camera di tlo bereka motsheare di a khona ho capture. Mara boshihu ke mo ileng gore batho ba tsaya advantage ya go etsa crime because it lebe ile le fifi. Di camera tseo di tlo khona gore di khone go capture crime scene na. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. HOD?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think we would have noted some of the comments that were made. More especially, I think the issues that Amos raised. I think we'll just check that installation at Kabo Clinic, if it's one of our installation, and then obviously I think the mop-up that would need to be done in terms of the cables that are exposed. But I think also the point that is making as a suggestion is that on our rollout of Wi-Fi hotspots, as much as we'll be focusing on 26 prioritized township, focus which should also be in your high volume areas. You talked about, some big churches, well, whatever. So I think we'd largely look into that. But also that I think the area where they come from, there is no installation of cameras. I think we'd have indicated that of the remaining rollout of 420 odd cameras or so, they are spread around 3 corridors. That is Tshwane, Sidibeng, and the West Rand. So we'd look into that, but I think it's not a once-off offering. Moving forward, we'd also be doing further installation around that, so that at least we really try to cover these hotspots areas. And then I think these crime hotspots, in fact, what we do, they are dictated to us upon by the information that we get from SAPS. where they will tell us that this is a crime hotspot, yeah, those sort of things, and then that is what basically inform our mapping in that particular regard. But as to what has been the impact of crime, on crime around this, Chair, I can confirm, though I'm not competent enough to give a question that say, an answer that says crime has reduced as a result of this, but I can assure members of the committee that I think this has largely been a sufficient deterrent around issues of crime, in that criminals would know that I think if only the cameras around here, I think they would move and then focus on another area, those sort of things. But I think it's only the credible statistics that are offered by South African Police Service that would then be able to answer that question with the necessary competency to then say this has largely been the impact of that. But I can assure you that I think we've then been able to disrupt the activities of crime by installing these cameras. I think we would have noted, I think some that my colleague, member of the community there raised, in terms of some further expansion, more especially along Madiba Drive. I think colleagues would look into that, whether I think within our mapping is that area covered, as it were, and then is making the suggestion, Chair, to then say, one, as much as, I mean, the range of the network would need to be changed. In fact, I think it's something that we tested whilst we were doing an installation there in the Western Max. What is that area? I just forget it. Where we tested the coverage of that to then say it covers a radius of how much? I think it was 1 kilometer or so. But I think it's something that we'd largely look at. But I think another plea was that can we largely look at increasing the provisioning that we are giving of 500 megabytes or so to something else. I think it's really worth looking at, but you not really promise something that you can't deliver. I think even private sector, you go to your malls, whatever, I think the free Wi-Fi that you even access there from people that really have this established network, I think it throttles you after having exhausted 500 megabytes or so. But I think we hope to really cover as many people as we could. I think our infrastructure and resources allowing is something really worth looking at. So, Chair, I think would have noted that. I'm not sure as to whether is there something that I forgot. Maybe my team members might also assist with that, but I assume that I captured almost everything, but mostly I think there were comments. DDG? Well,
thanks, actually. The Winterfeld area, we definitely do not have cameras as yet, but the plea obviously is received. And I think we can also confirm that we lately signed an MOU with Tshwane Municipality, of which the presenter from the municipality did also state that, so that therefore allows us to not duplicate and also bring back the infrastructure that was there and not working. I think that will definitely make much of a difference. So the technology that we have in the camera, in the evening, it does still work, whether there is light or not. But we are not saying we will not get to talk to the municipality in terms of bringing lights to the community. But in terms of the cameras, they do convert to take pictures and videos in the evening. Thank you.
I think that's about it.
All right, thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our discussions. I know that if Portfolio Committee members would like to make a comment before I move towards the next agenda items and then closure.
Thanks, Chair. I felt I should actually make this point because even in the previous meeting, the issue of accessing the cameras came up. I want to raise this so that we can actually clear our roles as the committee, because expectations from participants might be that we met with the legislature, we raised these matters, but still there's no feedback. I just want to explain that neither the committee nor the department has authority over what is recorded. Because once there's a crime committed, I'm sure learning from the Senzo Meiwa case, I'm sure many of you might be watching that. Even a police officer that is not investigating the case or not allocated to investigate the case will not have access to the recordings. That is standard procedures. So there are no expectations later to say, Chairperson of eGov, we came to you and we don't get. Because when there's a crime scene, that crime scene will be closed off. Those that are allocated the case will then be responsible. I know that at times it does happen that when there's a crime scene and we see it, we also record and put on the social media. That is against the law. A perpetrator might even go scotch-free because that person might have been exposed even before he or she appears before the courts. I feel that as a leader, it is my responsibility to also educate our stakeholders. If there's a case committed, I know that because you happen to be community leaders, and the citizens will have trust in you to help them. But remember also, in as much as we are leaders, our role ends somewhere. All what we can do is to ensure that we call the police, we actually ensure that we give support to communities, but we also ensure that the police must actually give ongoing feedback into the case itself as to where are we in terms of that case. I'm sure you might have observed that some of the cases, even police officers will have to apply that the recordings of the court case should actually happen or not happen. It is only the court that can take such decision. So I just felt that let me just explain so that there's no expectations, Chair, to say you attended this committee, you raised your issues, but in as much as you have raised those issues, but we also have limited responsibilities over the issue of the cameras in terms of the crate. Because remember, at times, that perpetrator might be asked to go and parade so that there could be an identity, so that even the witnesses might be expected to go and point as to whether that person was there or not there. So we have limited responsibilities, while we have the broader responsibility of ensuring that our areas are safe, and we also provide leadership as leaders. But thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you. And let's thank, everybody and the comments you've made. They're very valuable. You've assisted us and also the department on the areas that they need to look out for. And I believe HOD and your team, you've been taking down notes, especially in terms of where members of society would have concerns, but also where they believe that there needs to be additional assistance. Okay, so we will, in time, be on the ground, but I think these engagements assist because it also guides the department on what are the key things that it needs to do. So we've now passed, we're going to move then to the next items, which is item number 7 on provincial bills, and there are none. On item number 8 on the NCO bills, there are none that have been received. On petitions, item 9, none also. And in terms of any correspondence to the committee, we have not received any. And that brings us to the last item of our agenda. I know we had said we wanted to be done by 12:30, so we've just gone off a little bit from that, but we had to allow that second round so that Those that needed to make comments, they could do so. Portfolio committee members, the department, and also our most important guests that were able to join us today. Let me thank you once again for coming through. I know it was a very long meeting from the morning. But as for committee members, I know there's a discussion now. I indicated earlier that because we received the responses late from the department, we do need to meet, and the team will finalize, having spoken to everybody, when is the perfect time for us to meet. Thank you very much, and enjoy the remainder of your day. Actually, if I can, sorry, just ask that, because there is free Wi-Fi, so those that want to be shown the e-panic button, if someone from your team can assist them. Thanks.